Good morning. 'Tis that time again. What are we on? Day 19? Yes, day 19. I had to go check twice because I was, suffering from the non-coffee syndrome yet. And I had to go see, wait, did I make it? Did I make that thumbnail say 18 or 19? Oh, I got it right. So we are on day 19. And boy, was yesterday a lot. It was so much I didn't even know really what to make as key moments. Uh, it was holy crud. There was so much stuff. I didn't see the first trial, so I don't know. I can't say we didn't hear that before because I haven't heard any of this before. It's all new to me. So hearing Zulema and with her immune self say the stuff she was saying, oh goodness. I so far I've struggled with trying to keep her testimony and Melanie Pulowski's separate, but in my head I'm combining it all. I'm like, oh wait, who said what? Who what? Again, it's like the timeline. I can't keep up with the timeline and I can't keep up with these major witnesses that bring the stuff that is just mind-blowing. And PTSD inducing. If you've ever had anything to do with anything like this in your life, you're like, oh, it wasn't. I've heard that before. Oh no. So I don't really know what to pick and choose. So I just thought I'd kind of like try to go over a little bit about what she said as far as we can get. I mean, my best thing I can do is just read what, like I always say, read what sorry, darn it. Oh, that's lovely. Hold on. Hold on. I don't even know. It's blurry. Hold on a second. Let me see if turning stop the camera. Nope, that didn't work either. Hold on. I'm going to turn it off until I can fix it because I haven't. Hold on. I'd have to go open the. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Camera. Can I turn the camera on? They're supposed to. The auto blur isn't supposed to. I mean, it's supposed to not be on. I don't know. It may not let me. Hold on. Because I'm using it. Nope, it won't let me. Hold on. Dang it. I have no idea. Oh. I can't see me. Hello. Oh, anyway, if it's not one thing, it's another with this blinking thing. You get something new and then you don't know how to work it. Oh, I'll just turn it off. There you go. I don't have to look at that. So, I'll try and fix it during the break. I may have to hop out before I actually start the live and start back in or try to come back in before we have to do anything in case it messes up on me. But anyway, I'll put this up so we can at least see something besides nothing. All right. So at least we have that. So I'm just going to kind of go over a little bit about what some of the stuff that Zulema said. But first, I'll kind of trying to give time for the room to do its thing because we only have 3 of you here. It's getting less and less. And now I got 2. Nobody's sticking around. Oh my goodness. It's because I start this thing early and everybody's all like, yeah, we just get to the trial. We don't care about this. So anyway, hi Candy and hi Maria. That's it. I should do better. I should pretend like there's 5 billion of you instead of 2. Anyway, it is what it is. Zulema's testimony really was, uh, I don't know what part really did it for me, but I think it was towards the end. We really went over a lot of what was said in her uh, uh, direct exam, but prior, I wanted to kind of hit on some of the stuff that he brought out with her in this. Uh, let me see if I'm getting to it. Getting to it. I had it. It's hard to tell sometimes when prior starts talking. Uh, okay. She did. Where are you, Prior? Blake. Okay, so Blake is still there. The next page. Blake. Uh. Okay, there we are. So Pryor began his questioning, and he started out with the seven gatherers. Now he's been talking about this the day before. He had been talking about the seven gatherers and who were they, and he had her name off who they were. Um, so the seven gatherers were Nicole, which none of these names mean anything to me except for the ones that I have seen Nate do interviews with. The rest of them, don't ask me. So there was a Nicole, a Christina, Serena, which Nate said that Serena was actually at court, but then left. Uh, so he doesn't know if she's going to be, called to testify or whatever, but she was at the courthouse. But then there's Melanie Gibb, Melanie Pulowski, and Lori and Zulema. They were the members. So that's the seven of them. They would gather in the person on Zoom to share information and do castings. So they shared information and articles with each other. Pryor asks if the group was very familiar with the words seven gatherers. Zulema says yes. Melanie Gibb and Melanie Pulowski previously testified that they did not know what seven gatherers was, which is interesting because they were both part of that, according to Zuzu. Or somebody called her Zuli. I think it was Melanie called her Zuli. Zulema says the gatherers the seven gatherers was an email address that was formed by the lady in the group by a lady in the group, maybe Christina. A few ladies emailed back and forth. There was never a formal meeting or discussion about the group. The email address was password were shared in the group. Pryor asked them if Melanie Gibb ever contributed to the seven gatherers. Zulema says it is possible, but she doesn't recall. Pryor asked Zulema if she remembers anyone sending emails in the seven gatherers. Zulema says there were a few. Zulema says it wasn't a club. It was an email address that was shared among the group. Zulema met Melanie when she moved near her home in 2017. They attended the same Latter-day Saint ward. Gibb invited Zulema to a meeting at her house in September 28. Zulema met Lori at the meeting for the first time. The purpose of the meeting was for Lori to share her testimony. Lori shared that she had visitations from angels and the angel Moroni. Lori also said she was a personal witness of Jesus Christ and had a physical meeting with Jesus. Oh, not to make fun. Oh my goodness. It's just anyway. Zulema recalls meeting Chad at a preparing people conference in Mesa when she bought some of his books. These were classes on preparing for emergencies and preparing for the second coming of Christ. Now, I will tell you, I have no issue with prepping. I'm okay with it. I mean, be prepared. You never know. You could have a windstorm that knocks out your power for 5 days. I've been there. Luckily, we had generator. Didn't find out that our gas water heater was hot until day 4, but at least we had a generator. So be prepared. I have no issue with that at all. I kind of, after this whole pandemic stuff, I'm on board with the whole getting ready, stay ready, and make sure you have food in your freezers or that kind of thing. But it's so Zulema recalls meeting Chad. Okay, so at the prepper doohickey, Chad talked about the near-death experiences. So then she got to know all about him and his near-death experiences, which is, some of these people are really drawn to those stories. Uh, he no longer had a veil and could see into the spirit world. Oh, well, there you go. He lost his veil and could see into the spirit world. Well, oh. Pryor asks about Zulema's professional skills and experiences. She has worked as an insurance company manager, yada yada. Pryor asks Zulema if she considers herself to be an educated person. She says yes. Pryor asks Zulema about the ability to judge people's character. Quote, I believe that I have been an overly trusting person, she responds. Pryor asks Zulema if she has been granted immunity by cooperating with the police. This is the part that all of us were wondering. Did she get immunity? And who else got immunity? And she answers, yes, she certainly did. Uh, she says, that is true. He asks how many times she has spoken to the police. Zulema says she has spoken to law enforcement several times. Pryor asks about the St. George meeting where Chad was speaking and selling books. Pryor asks if Lori was pursuing Chad. Zulema says she was very flirtatious toward him, and she was the aggressor. Pryor asks about the weekend. Chad stayed at Lori's house and they played basketball together outside. Pryor asks how many people were staying at Lori's house. Zulema says 4 or 5. Pryor asks if there was any romantic interest between Chad and Lori at the time. Zulema said there didn't appear to be. Lori was being flirtatious with Chad while playing basketball, Zulema says. And Lori said, quote, are you scared of me? Zulema understood the meaning that it to mean that Lori was asking if Chad was scared of being alone with her. Aha. Because everybody knew this entire time that he was married. And they knew he was married when he was very canoodly with Julie Rowe, too. Oh, he just really played the women. Oh, Pryor asks if the LDS faith blessings are unusual. Zulema says they are not. Pryor asks about light and dark and if anyone can determine who is light and dark. Chad told Zulema he had access to his portal potty, and was getting information from the spirit world about light and dark. Oh, the moment you hear this stuff, run. If you've ever done anything and you hear somebody start talking about this, I gotta go now. Bye-bye. Pryor asks Zulema if she believes she has any special gift. She says no. Pryor asks if she believes she can predict the weather. She says no. Pryor asks if she ever believed in the past she could predict the weather. Zulema. I was messing with Nate about his spell. It comes out as Zamula sometimes or whatever. It's so cute. Sometimes these names are easy to mess up. It asks, where did it go? She says, okay, so at one point she did believe she could predict the weather. So predicting the weather, that's no different than being a weather person that you go to school for and learn how to say, it might be raining tomorrow. Here's the percentage because look at the clouds over there. They're going to move this fast and they're going to end up over top of you. Isn't it? Or something like that. That's how go to weather school. Oh my goodness. Zulema says, yes, Chad and Lori told her she could predict the weather. Chad told her to practice how to predict the weather. Oh, so she couldn't naturally do it. She needed to practice. In other words, watch the news. and do what they do. And then look outside, look at the barometers and all the little go to school, go to learn to be a weather person. Ah, okay. So not that it's something she just can do because she's, this magical being, but she needed to practice. Ah, okay. Zulema would practice in her mind how to predict the weather. Pryor asks if she was ever successful at predicting the weather. She pauses and says, yes, quote, or says, quote, sorry, no yes, there's no yes. She pauses and says, I don't believe so. What? Pryor asks about demons being cast out of bodies. He asks if she ever discussed the topic of killing anyone. She says no. She says Chad and Lori taught that if the casting was successful, the demon would be cast out and the body would die. Oh, okay. So this is a lot, and I'm going to hop out real quick and see if I can get this camera back on. And let me see. Let me see. Are you still? I'm still fuzzy. I'm still fuzzy. Let me go out real quick and I'll be right back. Hopefully nothing. Just hold still. I should hold on one second. Uh, are you? Yes. Okay. Oop, there I am. No, put and doesn't do that again. Don't go so close to it. I learned that lesson. Okay. Let's see. Let's get this back up. There we are. Okay. So we should start seeing something soon. It's 8:32 there. Anyway, I'm trying so hard. Sorry about clearing my throat on camera. Sometimes you can't help it, and all of a sudden, this time of year, you can try and be as phlegm free as possible, and it doesn't work. Um, so I just kind of wanted to, just kind of read that stuff a little bit, just to kind of get a flavor, because this is a key witness. This is um somebody that all of us are like, wait, she's a doozy. Uh, she's Melanie Gibb is going to be the other one. I hope to see her take the stand. Uh, let's see. Pryor asks Zulema if she has been granted immunity by cooperating. Says that is true. He asks how many times. Okay, we saw that. So Pryor asks about demons. Yeah, we got that. Oh wait, cast out of bodies. He asks if she ever discussed the topic of killing anyone. This is a doozy one. This is one that is. So Pryor asks about demons being cast out of the bodies. He asks if she's ever discussed the topic of killing anyone. She says no. She says Chad and Lori taught that if the casting was successful, the demon would be cast out and the body could die. I felt like there was a little bit of a story change in this, and I felt like I said this at the end of my thing, I whispered it. I think some of the things she was saying was to save herself. Uh, and of course, I mean, she's not going to come out and say, "Yeah, I knew it." Pryor asks to admit a recording. Prosecutors asked to approach. Boys says there is an issue that needs to be discussed outside the presence of the jury. The jury was dismissed, and then that's when lunch happened. Um, Pryor plays a clip and asks her to identify the people in the video. She says is there she's there along with her attorney. Oh, that's the clip of her in the interview uh, with police. So her attorney, Garrett Smith, Rexburg Detective Ray Hermosillo, and uh, someone she believes is an FBI agent, Ricky White. Right, sorry. So Pryor moves to admit it, and then they talk about all that stuff. The Pryor moves to admit it. The interview is over 3 hours long. Pryor says he plans to call Zulema back during his defense. Blake objects to admitting the evidence as a cumulative waste of time. She says there have to be inconsistencies in the testimony versus the police interview, and there haven't been any. This is when he was trying to impeach her, and Blake did fantastic job at her battled to make sure that impeachment didn't happen. Because if you can get him in one thing, if you get her in one thing, you can throw out her testimony. That is what impeachment is. Impeachment is trying to get the witness to say something against what they have been testifying, so then that it is literally in front of you that this witness is not being truthful. And if that's the case, it throws out all of their testimony. And Blake battled hard to make sure that this testimony stayed intact the way it was being presented. That I kind of looked and learned and listened. Nate explained that very well. And now I understand impeachment. I always thought that impeachment was the whole purpose of uh the uh defense cross-examination and all that. It's not necessarily. Impeachment only comes when you have a portion of her testimony that you believe that is not truthful, and you want that in front of the jury so they can see that it's not. You point it out, you show those, because that's the mitigators and stuff. And also, to impeach means to show that there is a lie, so that all of that testimony can be thrown out. I get it now. I get, it really, this trial has really opened my eyes to certain things about that, and what the defendant's job is in impeachment. I thought it was, I got it now. So I think that I'm going to go ahead and go over here. We should be starting soon. Nothing's happening yet. And I'm going to say hi to the room because I see it has filled up. Hello, everybody. Go back to the top. Candy and Maria, who've been here since this morning. Stevie is here. Good morning, Stevie. Beanie, good morning. Good morning. And Francis is here. Good morning. And Aunt D Green is here. And that's where we're at. So there are anybody in the background. Hello. We've got lots of bushwatchers. Good to see you, everybody. Oh, so, and Jane is here. Hi, Jane. So let me see what Jane is saying. Oh my God. Oh my, I just got a tip from someone I remembered does court reporting, freelance journalist. They're not in this trial. Look out for In Mama's Hand. What? I don't understand that. Sorry. I tried to... What? Okay. So I'm not sure what you mean, but hello. Hi, Jane. Oh, so we should be seeing something happening here. They normally don't get going until about 40, I think, right? This 8:30 stuff. Oh, let me see. Let me reread that. I gotta pull it up here. Sorry, Jane. I'm like, what? Just got a tip from someone I remember does court reporting, freelance journalist. They're not in this trial. Look out for In Mama's Hands. Oh, okay. Okay. And Francis says, "Thank you, Addi, for thoroughly explaining certain law terms. Miss Blake is a terrific." She is excellent. She did such a fantastic job during that back and forth with with her objections. And I also like her style of objections. At least she leaves out, "Judge, I'm gonna have to object at this point." And then you have to say that every time. Just say objection. Irrelevant. Objection. Whatever it is that you're objecting to, you just need 2 words. And he likes to really. Somebody did ask in Nate's live, why does Pryor feel the need to announce leaving the lectern? And also on that subject of lectern, somebody in the comments to him corrected him on his use of podium versus lectern. I was like, yes, yes. Linda Kenny Bodden would be so happy. One of Linda's most annoying things to her pet peeve, which I hate pet peeve. Pet peeve is a pet peeve for me. I hate that. But Linda Kenny Bodden has always tried to say several things. There are several terms that are legal terms that are used in a courtroom versus other places. And podium and lectern. In courts, it is a lectern because it's where you place the papers and you place all your stuff on it. A podium, you step up to a podium. But a lectern has a place for you to place your papers. So, here we go. Okay.
That's right. All right, I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for purposes of your testimony here today. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Warren, yesterday we left off. We had spoken about J.J. Vallow's autopsy, and we're in the process of speaking about Tylee Ryan's.
Right.
And I think we left off on talking about her medical history. When you received Tylee Ryan, how did you receive her remains?
So as I briefly spoke about yesterday, I received her remains in multiple bags. 2 bags were in black body bags that were sealed. One of the bags was a brown paper bag with multiple other smaller brown paper bags within that bag. So essentially what we did is the first thing we did is we x-rayed all of the bags. I think we took a total of 28 x-rays. And essentially we were looking for any kind of projectile or weapon fragments or and what we saw in this case were multiple bones. And there was also a fair amount of what you could tell was debris, which ended up being mud and dirt and rocks. So that's the first thing we did is we took multiple x-rays. And then we opened each bag and we went through all of the remains. And like I said yesterday, this took about a week. It took a lot of time, but we were able to separate all the debris in the mud, and we were able to get several bones. There were some organs that were still identified, and also some soft tissues that we were able to identify.
What organs were you able to identify?
So the organs that I identified were the heart, the right and left lung, a portion of the liver, one of the kidneys, small fragments of brain tissue, and a few small segments of bowel. Now, just so you know, all of these tissues were charred, they were blackened, they were shrunken. Some of them were partially burned away. So these weren't intact organs that looked like normal organs. They definitely had fire artifact.
And were you able to identify any portions of her skeletal structure?
Yes. So there was a portion of her skull, and then there were multiple pieces of skull fragments. We found multiple vertebral column, actually the full vertebral column from C1 to C7, so the vertebral bones in your neck, and then also multiple vertebral columns in the thoracic and lumbar region. We identified the sacrum, both hip bones, the sternum, both clavicles. And then as far as the extremities, we identified multiple long bones in both the upper and lower extremities and foot bones as well. And like the organs, these weren't intact, pristine bones. These were bones that were partially burned away, blackened, charred, brittle, with extensive fire artifact.
With the condition that Tylee's body was in, were you able to perform any type of toxicology testing?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So on a portion of the sacrum and the hip bones, I noted that there were still fairly large amounts of skeletal muscle. I could identify it as skeletal muscle. So what I did is I made incisions into the skeletal muscle, and I went as deep as I could to find the best possible sample that wasn't blackened and charred. And we sent a sample of skeletal muscle for toxicology testing.
And did you receive any results from that?
Yes.
What were the results of the toxicology testing?
So it came back positive for ibuprofen. So that's just a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. It came back for caffeine. It came back for beta phenethylamine, which is just a decomposition product. It also came back for carbon monoxide, low levels of carbon monoxide, and a very low carboxyhemoglobin saturation level.
And were any of those items found in the toxicology report something you could rely on to determine a cause of death for Tylee?
No, there was nothing in her toxicology report that I felt would explain her death.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 176, 176A through 176MM, as in Mike. He has them, but yeah.
So both Larry and Kay are not in the court. Toby, I wonder, like I just asked, is that a part of decomp? I don't know.
And Dr. Warner, if you could just briefly review State's Exhibit 176 and let me know when you've had a chance to briefly review that.
Okay.
Doctor, do you recognize State's Exhibit 176 and its subparts?
Yes.
What does State's Exhibit 176 purport to be?
These are photographs that were taken at the time of JJ's autopsy.
Did you take those photographs?
I personally did not. We have forensic technicians, forensic autopsy technicians that take the photographs under my guidance.
So you say they were under your guidance. Were you there when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
Are those photographs a true and accurate representation of what you observed regarding JJ Vallow's autopsy?
Yes.
And would those pictures aid you in discussing and explaining your testimony and findings regarding the autopsy of J.J. Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for that the State's Exhibit 176A through MM be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, exhibits 176A through MM are each admitted into the record.
And Your Honor, if I may publish.
Yes, you can publish those. And I'll note on the record also, these are being published to the jurors and the parties and the witness, but not to the public in general. So you can continue, Mr. Wood, with that.
And I've already set it up. They can't see you check. May we proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Doctor, can you describe what's been marked as State's Exhibit 176A?
So this is a photograph of how we received JJ in a black body bag. You can see there's a red seal and also the ruler with the numbers. We do that just to show that this is the case number for the case.
And can you describe what's being shown in 176B?
This is a close-up photograph of the seal or the body lock, number 506559, after it's been cut and removed.
And what's the importance of documenting that?
So we want to document that when we receive the body in the body bag and it's sealed, we take a photograph of it to make sure that it's not cut or hampered with in any way. And then we take a photograph showing that we cut it at the time of the autopsy, just for evidence preservation.
And can you describe what the jury sees in 176C?
So this is a photograph. Once the seal was removed, when we opened up the black body bag, JJ was further enclosed within a black tarp with held together with multiple strips of duct tape.
And in 176D, what did you observe?
So this photograph shows we opened up the black tarp that was held together with the duct tape. And this is the first time that I actually saw JJ's body, which you can see, and we talked about briefly yesterday. At the top of the photo, near the top of the head, you can kind of see there's a white plastic bag that's covering his head. And then his face is wrapped with duct tape all the way from the eyes down to the neck. You can also see that his forearms, wrists, and hands are bound with duct tape. There is a blue and white blanket that was accompanying the body that was resting on JJ. And then you can also see he's wearing a red pajama top and red pajama bottom. And I think I mentioned yesterday, really the only part of the skin that was that you can see right here is the upper arms, and they show evidence of decomposition in the form of a green and leathery appearance with some skin slippage.
And what did you observe in 176E?
So this is a photograph, more of a close-up of the upper body. Again, showing the white plastic bag better. You can see there is a tear near the top of the head in the white plastic bag. So I was informed before I did the autopsy that law enforcement, when they found what they believed to be JJ, they made that small tear to confirm that there was human hair and that there was a human body in the bag. So to my knowledge, that's where that tear came from. But this just better shows the plastic bag over the head and the duct tape covering the face.
And 176F.
And this is a photograph closer up of the lower half of the body. You can see the blue and white blanket, the portion of the red pajama pants, black socks. And then you can also see that JJ's ankles are bound with duct tape as well.
Doctor, what did you observe in 176G?
This is another photograph with the blanket a little down further, so you can get a little better look at the pajama top. I think the main thing here is you can see there's decomposition, or the pajama top was soaked with decomposition fluid, and there was mold on the shirt. And then you can see also there's a fair amount of dirt and other debris on the duct tape around the face.
One 176H.
This is a very similar photograph, just with the blanket removed. Better seeing the forearms and hands that are duct taped together, and also just getting a view on the different side of the body.
When these photographs are taken, do they attempt to take multiple angles?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Just so we get the full picture. We have a routine where we take photographs on both sides of the body, the front of the body, the back of the body, just to make sure that we're capturing all angles of the body.
Doctor, what did you observe in 176I?
Again, this is a photograph of the blanket removed, better showing the pajama pants, which were also partially soaked or soaked with decomposition fluid. And you can see there's some white moldy substance on near the right knee or the right thigh.
And 176J.
This is a photograph better showing the ankles that were bound with duct tape.
Doctor, if you can describe what was happening on 176K.
So what we did to remove the plastic bag and the duct tape is we made one single cut along the side of the face and carefully removed it, exposing JJ's face. So you can see JJ's face, at least a portion of his face, has green decomposition discoloration. And then there's also a strip of duct tape that is covering JJ's mouth that essentially runs from jawline to jawline.
Can you describe 176L or what you observed there?
So after we made the single cut and removed the white plastic bag with the duct tape off of the head, we took a photograph of it, and this is from the inside out. So what would be the portion that was covering JJ's face on the inside. And what you can see here is there's a fair amount of fluid, decomposition fluid, and some dirt and other debris within there.
And to be clear, that was the bag that was wrapped around his head.
Correct.
Can you describe what you saw on 176M?
This is a photograph of JJ's head after the bag has been removed. And it better shows the strip of duct tape that is covering his mouth.
And what do you see in 176N?
This is the strip of duct tape that has been removed from his mouth. We photographed it, and then we submitted to law enforcement. All of these things on JJ, all the duct tape and the bag on the head, that was all sealed and submitted to law enforcement.
Doctor, if you can describe what you observed in 176O.
Again, this is a photograph of JJ's forearms and wrists and hands being bound with multiple layers of duct tape.
And 176Q.
So similar to the bag on the head and the duct tape on the head, we made a single cut along the duct tape. And what this does is it exposes the forearms, which show evidence of decomposition. And it also reveals that JJ's wrists were further bound with additional duct tape.
And Doctor, I'd normally ask you to point that out with a pointer on the screen where we don't have the screen. Is this where my pen is pointing the additional duct tape you were speaking of?
Yes.
You can tell the jury what you saw in 176R.
So this is the duct tape that is wrapped around JJ's forearms and wrists and hands. It's been removed. We take a photograph of it, and then we submit it to law enforcement.
And was that, when that was removed, can you describe how that was removed?
Yeah, similar to the bag and the duct tape around the face and the head. We made a single cut and then carefully removed it.
And 176S, what was that?
So this is just a photograph of the same thing, but this is showing the inside of the duct tape that was touching JJ's skin. And you can see there's a significant amount of decomposition fluid and staining on the inside.
And if you can describe what you saw in 176P.
So this is a close-up of the duct tape around JJ's wrists. So after we remove the multiple wraps of duct tape around his arms and his wrists and his hands, there was an additional duct tape that was binding his wrists together.
And doctor, if I can ask, again, without a pointer, is this the duct tape, the additional duct tape around his wrists?
Correct.
And then is this material on the side, is that the outer layer of duct tape?
That's correct.
And what is shown in 176T?
So similar to the other duct tape, we removed this duct tape. We made a single cut. We laid it out, took a photograph of it, and submitted it to law enforcement. You can see on this duct tape, there's also decomposition, staining, and some dirt and other debris on the duct tape.
And 176U.
This is the duct tape that's been removed, again, just flipped over. So this is on the outside.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 176V?
This was the disposable diaper that JJ was wearing. And you can see on the right side, it's white. And then on the left side, it's stained with decomposition fluid. And that's why it has a darker appearance to it.
Detective, can you describe what you see in States Exhibit 176X?
This is a photograph of JJ's face after everything has been removed. The duct tape, just to get a photograph of his face with everything removed.
Can you describe what you see in 176Y?
This is a photograph of JJ's face, chest, abdomen, external genitalia, and his upper extremities. This essentially is showing the extent of the decomposition of JJ. You can see there's green discoloration in some areas, especially the face. The chest and abdomen show areas of green discoloration and a tan brown leathery appearance. There's also evidence of skin slippage. And then there's also some small white mold formation on the body as well.
And doctor, skin slippage is probably self-explanatory, but just for purposes of the record and for the jury, can you explain what you mean when you say skin slippage?
So during the decomposition process, the skin starts breaking down and it starts sloughing away. So those patches on his chest and his abdomen, those are areas where the skin is starting to slip away.
And do you notice a difference on the forearms in this picture?
Yes. So you can see the forearms do look different. There's a well demarcated line that starts at about the elbow. And the reason it looks different is that's where the duct tape was wrapped around his forearms.
If you can describe what you see in 176AA.
This is a photograph of JJ's lower body, again showing the decomposition changes involving very similar to the upper body, but on the lower extremities as well, with green and tan brown skin discoloration and skin slippage.
You can describe what you see in 176BB.
This is a photograph of JJ's back. We do this on all of our cases, just so we get good documentation and photograph of the back of the head and the neck and the back. And this is simply showing very similar decomposition changes, which predominantly in the back was diffuse green skin discoloration. There was skin slippage on the back as well and on the buttocks.
You describe what you see in 176CC.
This is a photograph of JJ laying face down and now looking at the lower extremities. Again, just showing the decomposition changes at the lower extremities. And you can see there's extensive skin slippage and partial degloving or skin slippage of the feet.
Doctor, if you can describe what you see in 176DD.
So this is a photograph of JJ's right upper arm. And during this autopsy, I was essentially, like we talked about during the external examination, I was looking for any evidence of natural disease or any evidence of trauma that could help explain why JJ may have died. So this jumped out to me. This was a bruising on the lateral right upper arm, or at least what appeared to be bruising to my eye.
And did you do any further tests to verify that bruising?
Yes. So I briefly discussed it yesterday, but decomposition can cause areas to look like bruising. So to confirm that it was, I made multiple incisions and I looked for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue to confirm that it was true bruising. In addition to that, I did take sections of the areas and looked at it under the microscope as well, to looking for hemorrhage in the tissues.
States Exhibit 176E.
So this is a close-up photograph of the bruise that I just described on the right upper arm.
And States Exhibit 176FF. What was happening there?
So this is the bruising on the right upper arm, and I've made an incision, and I'm looking for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. And if you can see, I'm holding it up with the forceps to show that there is hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue.
And again, without the benefit of of a pointer, is this the area you're referring to? And where that color appears to be darker, is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
And so did that lead you to a conclusion as to the bruising?
That led me to believe that that was true bruising, and it wasn't just artifactual bruising or from the decomposition process.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 176 GG?
So this is a photograph of JJ when he's face down, and this is a photograph of the left upper arm. And there was an area of concern for bruising on the left upper arm as well.
And again, without the benefit of a pointer, I'll use my pen. Is this the area you're referring to?
Yes.
What did you observe in 176 HH?
So similar to the right arm, I made an incision into that area on the left arm looking for subcutaneous hemorrhage. You can see there is focal hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. It's located near the bottom left portion of the incision.
And did that lead you to any conclusions about, and just to be clear, is this the area you're speaking of?
Yes.
Did that lead you to any conclusions about the nature of those markings?
Yes. Again, I believe that that was true bruising.
Can you describe what you observed in 176 I?
This is a photograph of JJ's right hand. One, you can say there's extensive skin slippage and partial degloving of the skin. And then also what jumped out to me, you can see the right thumb. I believe we discussed it yesterday, the right subungual hemorrhage. So you can see his right thumbnail shows diffuse bright red hemorrhage.
We spoke yesterday about type of force necessary to cause something like that, correct?
Correct.
And just because it was yesterday, if you could just briefly remind the jury of your testimony on that matter.
Yeah. So in order to get something like that, there has to be some kind of trauma or some kind of force to that area. And I think yesterday I gave the example of, you slam your finger in the door, you're going to get that subungual hemorrhage. Not saying that's what happened, but you have to have some kind of force impacting that area to get hemorrhage like that.
You can describe what you saw in 176 JJ.
This is a photograph of JJ's left lower extremity near his ankles, upper shin area. I believe I touched on it yesterday that there were some areas that looked concerning for bruising after we removed the duct tape from his ankles. So this is the area I was talking about. You can see the skin, for the most part, is light green discoloration. And then the area, there is a focal area that has a very dark appearance to it. So to the naked eye, I thought that this very well could represent bruising.
And did you do any follow-up testing on that?
Yes, I did the same thing that I did with the upper arms. I made multiple incisions.
And did you, what were your findings?
I did not see any subcutaneous hemorrhage in the tissues on either the left ankle or the right ankle.
Doctor, if you can describe what you observed in States Exhibit 176 LL.
So this is a photograph of JJ's neck. Specifically, it's the left side of his neck. You can see on the upper portion of the photograph is his left ear. And there is a collection of brown to dark brown to red scratch-like abrasions, some of them with dark red hemorrhage that involve the left side of the neck and near the left angle of the jaw.
In States Exhibit 176 MM. Is that the same thing?
Yes, this is a close-up. Again, you can see the vast majority of the skin has this faint kind of green skin discoloration, and then there's a fairly large collection of linear and irregular light brown to dark brown to red scratch-like abrasions on the neck and angle of the jaw.
Why was that of note to you?
Well, in any case, and especially a case like this, you want to simply document every injury that you find. So that's important. Also, at least in my experience, they look like scratch-like abrasions. So it's important in this case, considering there's a white plastic bag over his head. Are these scratch-like abrasions from the individual putting the plastic bag over his head?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Calls for speculation.
Your Honor, I don't think he's speculating. He's talking about different methods by which those abrasions could occur.
It's overruled.
It could also be from JJ himself trying to get the bag off of his head. I wasn't there. I don't know. But these are the types of things that go through my head and the possibilities.
Thank you. And again, doctor, just because we had a bit of time between yesterday and today, based on your opinion, what was the cause of death of JJ Vallow?
I determined the cause to be asphyxia by plastic bag over the head and duct tape covering the mouth.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness now be shown what's been marked as States Exhibit 177A through EE. Doctor, if you can quickly, or just take your time, I guess, and review those and let me know when you've had a chance to review them.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177 and its subparts?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
These are photographs that were taken during Ty Lee's autopsy.
And were you present when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate representations of what you observed during that autopsy?
Yes.
And would those photographs aid you in explaining your testimony and your findings to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 177A through 177E into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection from the defense, Judge.
All right. Exhibits 177A through EE are all admitted.
And may I publish?
At this point, Mr. Wood, I'm going to have a break and we'll take about a 15 to 20-minute recess at this time. We'll come back on and then you can publish.
All right. Yeah, this is a neat thing about doing what we, as trial watchers and stuff. It's okay for us to, sit here and say, hey, it looks like this. I kind of feel this. I've been in this situation. I know this type of thing. And then somebody else can say, I've not experienced it. Um, Everything that we say in the chat here or together is our opinion. I don't think that anything is ever all. You can't, as an atheist, I understand, Toby, that it is your opinion that all, and I'll show you what here. All religious people see something that's not there. That's the basis of Western religion, that it's taken on faith, no need to see anything. I don't agree with that. Sorry. I am a person who's raised in faith and stuff. And I believe that you can, feel the unction and all the things and stuff. And even though I don't necessarily practice the way I used to, or, my beliefs have changed over the years, I think that if I put all on things, I think I'm limiting, like all people do this and all. No, I think that it's a hard situation. I don't like the saying all. Even if I were to absolutely 100% decide I no longer believe in anything that's a deity or any of that stuff, and I'm done believing that. I grew up believing it, and I don't see it anymore. I still wouldn't put that on all. Do you know what I mean? Everybody's beliefs are different and their own. And I know it's a struggle, but I do not put all on anybody. But but the only thing that we all get is our opinion. And I learned a long time ago that right fighting is really a good way to mess up friendships. So I've learned over my years of going through all the stuff that I've been through that, you get yours and I get mine, and we come together and we are okay with, each one of us believe and see things. And you may change. One day you may be, I don't see, I don't believe in anything. There's no deity or whatever. And then the very next time something might happen to you that opens that up for you, and you're like, oh. So it's just it's a hard situation. This is one of the reasons why most chats on YouTube try to steer away from the subject of religion. And it's one of the reasons why over the years running chats and stuff, it was how those of us who ran them together over these years tried to keep this subject out, because it can be a lot. It can be you want to you want everyone to know what you believe. You want to, be able to say it without upsetting anybody. So, oh, hey, wedding cake. Hi, welcome to the chat. Let me see what y'all are saying and who's going to crucify me now. I think it's good that we can actually discuss this, though, and we can say, "Hey, I'm sorry, I don't believe in all. I don't. I wouldn't. It's not something I would say." And you would say, "Yeah, well, it is something I would say," and so you're entitled to that, and we can leave it at that, and uh, be okay with it, and not run and go, "I'm never speaking to you again," because that's how I was actually brought up. Was if you don't agree with someone in your beliefs, you can't be friends with them. You have to, they can't be a part of your life. That's just a bunch of hooey. So going back a little bit, and I'm gonna see. So neither Lori nor Chad have mental illnesses. Well, mhm. They might have personality disorders, which is what I'm saying. There are things that happen with people in life, or whatever, that are mental. When I say mental issues, I'm not talking about insanity. I'm talking about if somebody believes they see something and they're saying, this person, like Jesus is standing next to me and he says to tell you this. Is that a form of manipulation, or does that person really believe they are seeing it? And the only way to know that is to be able to, if you've ever been in a situation where you know someone in your life that has this kind of thing, and you're looking at them going, I heard you last night in your bedroom talking to somebody. Who are you talking to? Then you can kind of look and go, wait a second. This is this person using this thing to manipulate, or do they truly believe that they are seeing who they're saying? That's the question with this. And I'm not here to diagnose anybody of anything. I'm just saying that is this the big question for me is, does Chad truly believe that Jesus stood next to him and told him to tell Zulema, or whoever it was that he was told to give this stuff to? Was he truly told that in his mind? I don't mean did it truly happen. I mean, did he perceive it as truth, or was he using it to manipulate everyone around him? And that is something that none of us can answer. Did they do mental stuff on? Did they check Chad out for mental illness? We know that that's not, they didn't. He has not been evaluated. So is he manipulating this and using it to manipulate, or using that as a manipulation to bring in people into his fold? That's where I am coming at from this. So what you're saying is that they might have personality disorders, narcissism, and borderline personality. Maybe Chad was superficially successful and Lori had charisma. Right. So I always like to bring in, well, did he believe the things that he was putting out there? Did he, or was it a full-on manipulation? And then I like to see what you guys think too, because, like I said, we all have our opinions and we are able to bring them to the table and, still carry on. And let's see here. So Dana's like, thank goodness a recess for those jurors need and badly after seeing and hearing all those photos for sure. Absolutely. Stevie says the Bible is tangible. It's a letter to us about the history of a people. The words express ideals. There's no requirement to see anything. Yeah. My view on the Bible has changed over my life. I've been through several different things in my life, and I struggle now with what I used to feel about all of religion in general. And I'll probably struggle with it for the rest of my life, but I have my core, how I handle daily life and all that stuff is my core belief. But when you've been through a lot, as far as religion is concerned, you don't know where do you stand? And it's a constant thought in my head. Well, now what do I do? I went from this to that, and not because I was seeking, but I was born into a lot of things generation wise that changed even while I was in it, in our familial stuff. It changed. And so now I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, I don't know. No one knows 100%. Like, most people in religion believe that you don't see the full story anyway, or, like, you're not able to see the full, I can't, whatever the words are. But Toby says agnostics are the ones who don't know. All see labels. I just I don't like that. Labels. I struggle with that. I used to be a labeler, and then I'm like, yeah, maybe not so much anymore. All religious people see the supernatural as possible. See, again, we have the all. I've never seen any supernatural anything. Have I had things in my life that I feel was from God? Yes. Have I, do I look and go, oh, did I see such a, no. I think there's a difference between getting an unction, is what they used to call it way back. You got something, you're like, yeah, that was from God, whatever. That doesn't mean I saw something. It means that something happened that showed me, oh, there is a maker or whatever. And then, so then how do I deal with that when it doesn't fit anything that's out there that is what I call man-made religion? Nothing I believe now fits anything. And so I'm now out on the outside. But anyway, supernatural is possible, even probable. All atheists have no faith. Otherwise, they aren't atheists. It's a struggle. So Stevie says, I agree. All and never are very hard words, in my opinion. Yes, because I grew up saying all, and then I realized, okay, I no longer fit under the all. So now what? So, and Francis says, I do believe in visions, but I don't believe in superiority behaviors of human. Okay. I'll tell you this, as a person who has grown up under someone who saw or believed that they had visions and whatever, like I said, some of us, you grow up, you learn, it's different things for you. As growing up under that, if you're not seeing that, and the person that friend, whatever, sees those things, are you not seeing them because you're not religious enough? Are you not seeing or getting the same thing that somebody else is getting because they're seeing something you're not? That's a thing that I grew up, growing up in, in any facet of whatever religion has come along in my life. It's like, okay, why don't I see that? Why am I not getting that vision? I've asked, I don't get it. So there's also that aspect to it as well. There are some absolutes, especially in court. JJ, Tylee, and Tammy are really dead, not translated into bodily spirits in heaven. All murder victims are dead. Yes, I'm not saying. Oh my goodness, people who want to do this kind of thing. I love you, Toby. But there's sometimes, I'm not saying all in the general word of itself. I'm talking about when you put all on a religious belief. When you sit on the back and say all this. No, I do struggle with that part. It's not that all. I'm probably digging a hole. Wedding Cake says, hi, I like the name. You love the lit up shelf in the background. Yeah, it should be lit up way more, but I got a lot of light that kind of dulls it out a bit. But if I take the light away, not only can you not see me, but then it flickers because I do have cute lights. My husband put them in for me. I like them. So, but Dana says that may be what you believe, but some do not believe that they are just dead. Some believe they are in heaven, some in a holding area, and others believe other things. So yes, that's the point right there, is when you come with the word all, that all may not fit the person sitting next to you. So, but it's your belief, and we as other believers, who have our own or whatever, should be able to say, no problem. You bring your belief, I bring my belief, and we all just accept it. And if we can't, then that's when the issue becomes, I think, because then we want to say, you're wrong, I'm right, you know what I mean? That's where I struggle with all this. But I agree with what Dana said right there. Toby says, can you name a religion that based purely on observable fact? Just like you can't say all. No. We all come, there's the word all. The only all we have in religion is that we all come with our own belief. We all have the way we see it. Everyone sees it differently. And when we sit here and try and make everybody see the way we see, that's a battle that can cause issues and strife between people, in my opinion. And that's what wars, that's where all this, it's a toughie. This is why religion in chats is a bad idea. Toby, then maybe what Chad and Lori did is justified. Nobody is justifying anything that anyone does in the name of religion. I don't think, no. Is anybody, raise your hand if that's you. I think that's a silly argument. Sorry. That's not what anyone is saying. Stevie says, hello, my friend. Happy hump day. We're on another Wednesday. These Wednesdays are coming by too fast. You get older and then all of a sudden stuff happens way faster than it used to. I remember when vacations used to be so long and fun, and now they end very quickly. Oh, so prosecution does not believe Chad and Lori were justified. No. Belief doesn't justify. There's no justification in it. That's why I struggle with Zulema. I want to know how far she took this in her beliefs before she realized, oh, this isn't how you're supposed to handle things. I mean, any person knows you don't handle things this way. You're not the one who decides who lives and dies. That's not your job as a regular person. Stephanie McCall says, I believe something is out there. Aliens and deities. I welcome believers of all faiths or ideas or non-believers. Absolutely. Then that is something where I've changed also over my years of being alive, is that I kind of hope, I sit here and think, is there stuff outside in the universe, outside of this earth? I mean, are there aliens? Who knows? I absolutely think that maybe there's something else out there. I never would have believed that growing up. In fact, if I'd ever said that, I'd have probably been, okay, I'd have been, don't say that kind of thing. We don't believe that. But I do. I think that, outside of our sphere, that they're in this gigantic whatever, that there's much more out there that we don't even have a clue. So, and it's okay if some people are like, yeah, no, there's no such thing as aliens, then that's your belief, and that is awesome that you have that. And so Lemon Kurt says, Toby, I'm a first-generation atheist, and so is my husband. I just tell my family that my brain doesn't work that way. My kids aren't baptized, which created a whole uproar with our families. Francis says, I noticed that Lori has a crazed look in her eyes that Chad doesn't. He seems very controlled. What I see in Lori's face a lot of times is her saying that I see that she believes that when she said the kids are in they're good or whatever, I believe she believed that. I believe that she believed in the state they were in death, that they were better off, and that whatever it is they did it for the good of the kids and their afterlife and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Because I do think that she still believes that she will take that to her death, and she will believe it, and you can't convince her otherwise. When she sits in court and she smiles a lot, I see and recognize that in, from people that I've known over the years that believe the same thing, that once you're out of your body, it's no longer, you're good now. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I see her face. She believes her stuff. Do I think he uses his to manipulate? Yeah. But he also probably believes it too. Murder is a violation of the state. The state doesn't factor in afterlife beliefs. And absolutely, yes. This is simply, discussion. We have a trial here that is based on people trying to use religion to manipulate. Whether or not they know they're doing it for that reason, we don't know. But that's what this case is about. This is a case that it's like you're looking at it going, okay, how do you justify this, and then look at beliefs and all that stuff? You can't justify this. There's no justification in using your beliefs to try to do stuff that is not your job to do. It is not our job to pretend to be God, in my opinion. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot. There you go. But I do like that, we can kind of say this stuff and I don't believe Chad believed anything he said, though. I think it is, see, right there. And like, I think what happens is in our own past and what we bring to the table gives us what we believe. The thing is that as a juror, you have to put all that aside. You can't go on your beliefs, your religious stuff, and what you feel in a trial like this. You have to look at the facts, the stuff in the trial, but we're not on the jury, and we can sit here and say, yeah, this is what I kind of think is in the background. Everything we say and believe is not what the jury can use to come to their decision, which is why it is a struggle, and why many in certain religions refuse to do jury duty. They'll do everything they can to try to get out of it, because they don't feel with their beliefs that they can uphold the state's laws. And it does happen. I do know that that's a thing that does happen in some religions. I can imagine it does, especially in some parts of the country. There are whole countries where atheism endangers you. And Dana says, in my opinion, Chad believed it. Why I think that even he was telling his kids about dark and number labeling. But as we see, Emma had something to say about a kid Chad labeled. And she probably got, if she had said that out loud to him, I think that it was, if you say, if you disagree with him, I wonder what his reaction is. Probably wasn't good. So a wedding cake says, I've become an agnostic atheist. Just believe everything. Just believe it all, and then you're good. That's kind of where I sometimes feel my brain is starting to go. I don't know. I don't know. It's not that I don't believe, it's just that it can't be proven. I know people who are, that are the same way. And you have to see it to believe it, right? I felt at 13 too many inconsistencies in religion. Wouldn't those things Chad was teaching his kids be considered child abuse? No, I don't know. There's a lot of aspects to some religion that I find that I have had issues with, and that I do not do because I feel it is wrong within that religion to do that, especially to children. And so I don't. So, I think there's some things that can be taken too far when you try to use the Bible to learn how to discipline your child, especially the Old Testament. Some can only believe in a higher power, and there is nothing wrong with that either. Right. The cool thing is that we can do this right here and be awesome and talk about it in a chat. I wouldn't have been able to do that 10 years ago. Probably. I would have struggled, but I'm good now. And I'm awesomely happy that that is something that we can do together. Francis says, I do believe Beanie, by classifying dark light, is similar to good, bad, go sit in the corner making judgment. Yes. But then when you then take it upon yourself to say what happens to the dark person, I mean, believing somebody, if they're light and they're going to go to a good place, that's great. But to take it in your hands, and because that person you labeled as dark, you do something with, that's a problem. It is not your place. Like I keep saying, it is not your place to pretend to be God. Stevie says, even if you believe all the light, dark stuff, the original teaching appeared to be, to me, pray away the darkness. Chad seems to be the one who then began justifying physical acts. Yes. Yes. I believe in the mystery of the universe and our limited outstandings of it all. To me, religion is a man-made construct that is often quite destructive, and in my opinion, used to manipulate. I'm sorry, but if a burning bush talks to you, seek mental. Oh. Telling a child they're dark all the time, I think, is abusive. I think it's important to build your kids up, not scare them so they don't do stuff you don't want them to do. Using, Toby says to me, think of all as being like DNA evidence. Make sure it is one in some astronomical number before you say conclusively or all. Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying. Isn't that what I'm trying to say? I don't know. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm all wrong. But I get it. And I no issue with that at all. So Toby says, my point is that all religions are man-made. Dogs don't have them. All there is us, and we make up religions. And I think, man, do you think that religion is made to control like everyone, or be controlled, or some people aren't happy with not being controlled, so they seek religion to be controlled? Toby says, I get it. Some folks want to disregard physical fact and create alternative scenarios based on what they're taught where they live. Comfortability, it's comfortableness. Then where did it all come from? Cusco, that could be the great mystery. Yes. Do you believe in the theory of evolution? Oh, that's a whole nother thing. That's another thing that, as a person who grew up believing that it was absolutely wrong to even look or even study about evolution, I think that there are aspects to evolution that are correct. Now, I'm sure some of my family members would probably be going, what? You what? Linda, religion split up my parents and I never landed anywhere after that. I respect everyone and their beliefs. Yes. Ditto, baby girl. Evolution only describes progress over time, doesn't explain how, yet though they've got ideas and can't address why. I became agnostic at 12, 13. My dad was a minister. I hated going to church meetings, bored and frustrated to tears. That is actually a lot of what happens if you grew up in something like that or whatever. As you grow up, you're like, yeah, I had my fill of it. I sat for hours and hours with my hands folded in my pristine little outfits and stuff. And if I dare move, I can't sit still. I can't sit still now. About half the time I'm sitting on my hands to try to get myself to stop. Sitting still is not easy. Dana says to Toby, I almost think my one dog that knew I needed help before I did with health issues in my body, that she was more human than me at times. So I don't truly know what my dog believed. Oh, you know that dog that. Oh,
Thank you. Let's go ahead and have the jurors brought in, please.
I was going to say dogs go by scent. And when we're ill, I do believe that we give off scents, and dogs can smell issues. And I think that's where it comes from, if that sounds plausible. Again, my opinion.
All right, please. Here's off as the counter for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record now on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Guy Daybell. For the break, we had just admitted another series of photographs marked as exhibits 177A through EE. And Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with direct at this time, you may.
Thank you, and may I publish?
You may. While you're getting ready to publish those, Mr. Wood, I will note that these are, again, not being shown on the live stream or to the public. They are being shown to the jurors and the parties. And in addition, if there are any victims entitled to view these exhibits, then the court will arrange that for a private time when those victims are able to also view the evidence if that's requested. So if there is any request through either the prosecutor's office or directly to the court, let us know and we'll arrange that.
Thank you. Doctor, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 177A?
So as I mentioned earlier, Tylee was received in multiple bags. This is a photograph of one of the bags. It's sealed with a red body lock. And then on the outside of the bag, you can see handwritten in silver marker, 1 of 3. So this is one of the bags that was received.
What did you observe in 177B?
This is an intact seal of bag 1 of 3.
And again, what's the importance of documenting the seal?
Again, it's evidence preservation. When the bag comes, we want to know that the body lock is intact, and we want to be the ones who open up the body lock.
What did you observe in 177C?
So after we removed the body lock, we opened up the body bag, and there were a number of items within the black body bag. There were 2 additional brown paper bags that you can see here. One is unlabeled and one is labeled with burial site ?
And 177D?
So this is within the same body bag. You can see the 2 paper bags that I just described on the right side. And then on the left side within the body bag are multiple collections of soft tissue, bone, and debris, including dirt and rock.
Is this the area you're speaking of?
Yes.
If you can describe what you observed in 177E?
So after we've gone through all of the remains in those piles that were presented to us on the left side, we cleaned those up and we removed the mud and the dirt and the debris. And what you can see is what is left. What we found was multiple vertebral columns.
Are these those?
Yes. Loops of small bowel that are on the far left of the blue board. And then also small pieces of cartilage and bone that are on the far right of the blue board. And then off to the right, off of the blue board, you can see there's 3 distinct large pieces of bone. So one of those is the right pelvis with attached portion of the right femur. One of them is the left pelvis with attached portion of the left femur. And one of them is the sacrum.
Can you just define for the jury what the sacrum is?
So the sacrum essentially is a bone at the just at the end of your lower back, and that's where the right and the left pelvic bones associate with. So it's part of your pelvis.
Can you tell the jury what you observed in 177F?
So this is essentially bag 1 of 3. It's labeled, you can see. This is everything else that remains. After we sifted through and found the bones, this is all of the dirt and mud and rocks that remained.
In 177G.
So if you remember, within the black body bag, there were 2 brown body bags. One of them was burial site. So this was what was in that bag to the right. It came in a tinfoil container, and there were multiple small collections of bones and charred bones and other debris.
And what did you observe in 177H?
So the last photograph that you just saw, so this is after sifting through that and cleaning things up, this is what we found. So again, there were 2 charred vertebral column bones on the far left. There were, and then numerous small charred, blackened or white bones that really were unrecognizable. They were too small and they were too much fire artifact to tell what kind of bone they were.
What did you observe in 177I?
So this is the second black body bag that we received. You can see on the far left, it's actually labeled 2 of 3 suspected female.
In 177J.
Again, this is a body lock or a sill that's intact. Again, we always take photographs of this to make sure it's intact for evidence preservation.
In 177K.
This is just a better photograph showing how it was labeled, the 2 of 3 suspected female.
Can you describe what you observed in 177M?
So when we opened up the body bag, this is what we saw. One thing that stands out immediately, at least to us, was there was a green plastic material that's located centrally within the debris and the skeletal remains.
Doctor, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry. Again, without the benefit of a laser pointer, is this where you're referring to the green?
Yes. And when we were able to pull that out and clean it, it was a melted green bucket. And then the rest of what you see is a collection of uh, human remains, including bones, soft tissue. The organs were found in this bag as well.
One seven seven oh, what did you observe there?
So similar to bag 1 of 3, in addition to the human remains that were in the bag, there were 2 additional bags within the body bag. One was a brown paper bag on the far left, and the other was a clear plastic bag that contained a brown paper bag with human remains in it.
Doctor, what did you observe in 177P?
So this is a photograph of the largest portions of the skull that we found in the top. That top piece, that is the frontal bone and portion of the orbits. On the left side is a large piece of skull bone. Obviously, both of them are blackened and charred and crumbly. And then the bottom is a portion of the mandible and maxilla, and you can still make out some teeth. They're partially charred and there's blackened material partially covering them.
Are you aware if any attempts were made during the autopsy to identify these remains through teeth and dental?
Yes, we had a forensic odontologist come to our office on the day of the autopsy to try and identify Tylee via dental comparison of antemortem records that we requested, and the postmortem dental x-rays.
Was that conclusive?
Yes, the forensic odontologist was able to make a positive identification based on dental x-rays.
Detective, can you identify what you saw in 177Q?
So as I stated, within bag 2 of 3, that was the bag where the organs were found that were identifiable. This is a photograph of the heart, which is right in the middle, and then the 2 lungs, which are on the right and left side. It's difficult to identify them. This isn't what heart and lungs typically look like. They're obviously charred. Portions of them are burned away and significantly shrunken as well.
Just for the clarification of the jury, again, without a laser pointer, are these areas the lungs?
Correct.
And this portion is the heart, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall about the size that was when you received it?
They were very small. My best estimate would be they're probably a quarter of the size that they typically are.
And if you can identify what you observed in 177S?
So in all cases, even if the organs are charred and shrunken, and we still examine them. So these are essentially sections that I've taken of the heart and lungs. They've been laid out.
If you can identify what you observed in 177T?
So as I mentioned earlier, heart and both lungs were found, and we also found one kidney. So this is one of the kidneys, and you can see it's blackened and charred, and some of it has been burned away.
You can explain for the jury what was happening during 177V.
So in bag 2 of 3, if you remember, there was that large collection of human remains. So after we clean them off and clean off the dirt and all the other debris, this is what we found. So in bag number 2, I already stated a lot of the bones that we found, but in bag number 2, we found most of the skull bones, most of the vertebral column, the sternum, portions of ribs. We also found the clavicles, as well as multiple long bones from the upper and lower extremities and some foot bones as well. Now, again, these were not intact, pretty looking bones. They were partially burned away. They were crumbly. They were blackened. But this is what we essentially found after we cleaned everything up.
And if you can describe what you saw on 177X.
Yeah, so this is within bag number 2. This is one of the additional brown paper bags found within the body bag. And you can see there's multiple charred small pieces of bone. Some of them appear to be foot bones, and some of them are unidentifiable.
You can identify when what you observe in 177Z.
So this was bag 3 of 3 that we received in a brown paper bag, as labeled remains of suspected female.
And 177AA.
So within that large paper bag, there are 5 additional smaller brown paper bags that were sealed and labeled. Each of these smaller brown paper bags contained small fragments of charred bone.
And 177BB.
So again, this is one of the 5 additional brown paper bags that contained multiple fragments of small charred bone.
And are you able to tell, I know it might be a little blurry through the ammo, what that bag is labeled?
It's labeled fire pit -B north. I can't make out the end of that. And then date 06/09/2020.
And just again, what were the contents of that bag?
They were multiple small fragments of charred, crumbly bone.
What did you observe in 177CC?
So this is the 3rd brown paper bag that was received within the larger paper bag. Again, it was sealed with tape and it was labeled. And the contents of this were, again, small fragments of charred, crumbly bone.
And 177 DD.
This is the fourth bag that was received within the larger bag. Again, it's taped and labeled, and the contents of this also consisted of multiple small charred, crumbly bone.
And lastly, 177 EE.
And this is the fifth bag that was received within the larger brown paper bag, also taped and labeled, and also containing, I believe, soft tissue and charred, crumbly bone.
Doctor, upon completion of your autopsy of Tylee Ryan, what did you do or did your lab do with her remains?
So after we collected and cleaned the bony remains, we sent all of the bones to the FBI for a detailed forensic anthropology report. We had them analyze it and produce a report.
Right. And did you review that report?
I did.
Okay. And did that report take any part in your findings or decision regarding Tylee Ryan's cause of death?
I think every information, I took into account. The report on this came back as they noted, and we noted also before, that there were sharp force markings on the bones, but they really detailed and took photographs of sharp force markings that were found on the sacrum and also on the right and left pelvic bone. So yes, it did play a role, and I did not sign out the case or come to my conclusion until I had all the information back.
Okay. And you did already answer this question yesterday, but because of the time, I would just ask you again, based on your autopsy and your training and education, what was your opinion concerning the cause of death of Tylee Ryan?
I determined the cause of death to be homicide by unspecified means.
Thank you. And just for purposes of clarity, can you remind the jury the criteria for a homicide by unspecified means?
Yes. So as we talked about yesterday, there's guidelines and criteria to go over briefly, just to remind you. One, it has to be objectively suspicious findings. So some of the examples they give is that the body is hidden out of plain view, say in a trunk of a car or in the forest and covered by branches or buried in the ground. Another example is that evidence was concealed, right? So they were lit on fire, they were dismembered, bleach was poured on them, something of that nature. So for criteria number one, this case clearly falls into that, fitting both of those criteria. For number two, it's the autopsy doesn't show an obvious cause of death or a better explanation for the cause of death. And the two examples they give there is, one, you have an intact body, you're able to examine it, look at all the organs, and you can't come up with the cause of death. The other example is that there's not enough of the body there for you to determine what the cause of death is. So Tylee would fit under that category. The third criteria is toxicology. That toxicology cannot explain why the decedent is dead. In this case, there was nothing in Tylee's toxicology where I felt I could explain her death. And then the fourth criteria is more based on history and some of the circumstances surrounding the death, the medical records, And we went over Tylee's medical records yesterday, and I didn't think there was a good explanation why otherwise young, healthy teenager would be dead. So those are the guidelines and the criteria I used to come to my conclusion.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, I have no further questions.
All right, before you step away from the podium there, Mr. Wood, I do just want to note on the record the exhibits that were admitted. We referenced them as 176A through MM and 177A through EE. And I will note there are certain portions that are not included in. I guess what I'm saying is there are some missing letters within the sub exhibits in what I'm seeing with my courtesy copies.
Your Honor, we initially had more pictures and then limited what we were going to show to the jury based on what needed to be shown to explain the testimony.
Okay, so this might be tedious for a moment, but in order to keep the record clear, I'd like to go just read in individually those and make sure they track with the state's actual exhibits, so that we do have the record of what was admitted on those. So starting with 176, we've got A, 176B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y. Then we've got 176B, B, C, C, D, D, E, E, F, F, G, G, H, H, I, J, J, L, L, and M, M.
In Your Honor, is that the court's courtesy copy or the exhibit copy?
That's the court's courtesy copy.
Okay. Did the court have 176 AA?
We do have AA. I may have misread that. So AA is also in there.
And it sounded like there was one missing, BB.
BB is there also.
Okay.
On 177, maybe it'd be easier to just say I had A through EE, and the ones I saw were not included. If you went alphabetically, would be there was no L, R, U, W, or Y. N. Oh. And also no N.
That tracks with the copy I have, Your Honor. And again, there were some photographs that we deemed unnecessary to put on it, but they'd already been marked.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify so that neither the jurors nor somebody looking at the record was wondering where those were. They were not included or admitted. So thanks for addressing that. That will conclude then the direct examination of Dr. Warren. Mr. Pryor, once you're ready, you can go to the podium and conduct cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Warren.
Good morning.
As part of your review of the anthropology report, did you note that there were some canine bites of any time on any parts of the remains of Tylee?
I did not notice that on my examination, but I'd probably leave that up to the anthropologist.
Now, you talked previously about bruising and that you do a cut to determine whether or not it was actual bruise or not an actual bruise. But isn't it true there's really no way to determine on any bruise when the bruise occurred, is there?
It's difficult to get exact timing on a bruise. That is true. They've even done studies where they've looked at it under the microscope and try to, really pinpoint the time frame. And it is difficult. Some of the things you can look at are color of the bruise. So typically a fresh bruise is going to be blue, red, purple. As it gets older, it's going to turn brown, green, yellow. And then under the microscope, it usually takes several minutes for inflammation to come in. So if you take a section under the microscope and there's no inflammation, you can presumably say that it was fairly recent before the death. But yes, it is difficult to time bruises and abrasions postmortem.
So if some time had passed, and let's even say that some time had passed, and it was a situation where there was embalming fluid put in the body, and a significant amount of time had passed on bruising, would it be fair to say that at that point there'd be no way to determine what kind of bruising or how to date those bruisings?
Again, as I stated before, it's difficult to get an exact time of a bruise. You can give a time frame. I mean, there's definitely a difference between a fresh bruise and a bruise that's a week old, right? By the look at it under the microscope. In this particular case, on the arms, I took sections of the bruising and looked under the microscope. And what I saw was hemorrhage and no inflammation.
Okay.
So to me, what that means is that it was, probably right around close to around the time that JJ passed away, because you do need some time for inflammation to come in. But I did not see that on JJ.
Okay.
And Dr. Warren, would you maybe just pull that microphone down about 2 or 3 inches downwards? If it's more under your mouth, I think it picks it up better.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you.
But again, in general, when you're talking about bruising, one of the immediate ways to determine the age of a bruise is that if, let's say, a bruise was brown or brownish greenish, that would seem to suggest, at least generally, that was an older bruise. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And even if you dug into that bruise and you saw that there was hemorrhaging, that doesn't necessarily give you the ability to determine when that bruise was placed on the body or occurred. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say it's difficult to determine the exact time of the bruise. It's more of a range.
Now you spoke about examining Tylee's medical records, and you were able to determine that she was a healthy young girl at the time that this occurred. And she was approximately how tall? Do you recall?
Well, I was unable to get a height at my examination because of the condition of the body.
But in looking at the medical records, were you able to obtain that information?
I don't remember off the top of my head how tall Tylee was.
Okay. Okay. Now, your examination cannot make a determination as to when the remains were put in the ground. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
And even in spite of the anthropologist report and your examination, the fragments that you found in the fire pit, you can't make a determination as to whether or not those were animal or human fragments in the fire pit. Is that right?
I'm not a forensic anthropologist, so
Okay.
I can't. I would not feel comfortable doing that.
Okay.
But that's the whole reason why I sent it to a specialist, a forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
So I think that's a better question for the forensic anthropologist.
And we should rely on a forensic anthropologist to make that determination. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Along with potential DNA evidence?
I think DNA specialists
Okay.
should make determination on DNA.
Have you, do you have a recollection of when the date of these two autopsies took place? Specific date?
Yes. So June 11th, 2020.
And the one you said took over a week, so that would have extended on through the 17th or 18th?
That's correct.
There is a term called heavy lungs. Do you recognize that term?
Heavy lungs is sometimes a term used when there's pulmonary edema. So pulmonary edema is when there's an excess amount of fluid in the lungs. You can get pulmonary edema for a wide variety of reasons. For instance, you can get it in congestive heart failure. Your heart isn't pumping as well as it should. Everything kind of backs up, fluid leaks into the lungs. You get heavy lungs, you get pulmonary edema.
And as a matter of record, you can get that pulmonary edema from the heart not operating properly. And for all practical purposes, the heart could look perfectly normal. Isn't that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There was no testimony earlier about heavy lungs. This is beyond the scope of Dr. Warren's testimony.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that the remains that were presented to you were significantly smaller than the remains of Tylee had she been alive at that time?
Again, I think that's probably a better question for the forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that I can say that we received Tylee and she was dismembered in multiple parts. So obviously, yes, it's going to be shorter than if she was intact, but what that means, or I'm not sure. I think I'd rather leave that question to a forensic anthropologist.
And from your examination, the vital organs were significantly smaller than what they would have been of a normal breathing human being, correct?
That's correct. That's very common in fire-related deaths, and the organs get charred. They shrink. They shrink and they lose weight.
Okay. Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect from the state?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Doctor, you were asked about the dating of bruises.
Yes.
Is bruising, can bruising be considered a form of trauma?
Yes.
And in a situation in which you viewed the remains of J.J. Vallow, would you be surprised to find bruising on that body?
I think any bruising or any injuries in a case like this is very significant.
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude then testimony of Dr. Warren. We'll make sure the exhibits are given to the clerk here. And is Dr. Warren going to be recalled, do you think, at any point by the state?
Your Honor, it's not likely. I guess it's possible in rebuttal, but so I guess the state would just keep them under subpoena for the time being.
Okay, so Dr. Warren, since you're under subpoena, there's an exclusionary order prohibiting you from viewing testimony. This case is available to see streamed live or here in the courtroom, so please don't do anything to view any testimony in case you are recalled or until you are advised you've been released from any subpoena in the court.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead and step down.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe there are certain portions of testimony Dr. Warren would be allowed to watch if they were presented.
Okay,
Judge, could
And
we
and we
approach,
can clear that up later.
yeah,
could
that's,
we have a sidebar on this?
yeah, and I'll just, before we have sidebar, point out that's a proper argument Mr. Woods brought up, that the exclusionary order does not necessarily apply at times in certain aspects to what are considered expert witnesses. So you can go ahead and step down. We'll have a sidebar and then you can call the next witness, the state. And who will the next witness be?
Your Honor, the state needed just a moment with regards to the next witness as well and was actually going to ask for a sidebar.
Okay, let's have that sidebar.
Sidebar. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying here. Mhm. Okay. Start here. Prior, looking for excuses for these inexcusable deaths. Trying to hide remains and butcher them. Lovely and sweet JJ, yes. He used to question and would object, saying this is beyond the scope. So he got a sustain on that one. That's one of the things that I wonder is why the difference. And I think there are reasons behind it in and of the religious aspect of it, and on top of their whatever the personal reason was. It's hard not to speculate. Did Lori ever admit to unaliving her babies? She has not, correct? She has not. Confuses me because there seems more care in JJ, but Tyler was butchered. Yeah. Nope, not much you could do prior with testimony on the kids being buried, death, killing. McCall, oh, sorry, that's your name. My eyes. Convenience, Tylee got messy and didn't go so well. Speculation, we don't know. They wanted to obliterate, but JJ, they settled for hiding. No, Wendy, she implied that accidents happen in her statement before sentencing. Thank you, Lemon. Maybe Tylee questioned Chad. JJ just wanted Tylee. Stephanie says that makes sense. I would have figured there would be more care for Tylee. Tylee took up for her mom and uncle Al in the Chandler PD interview. I think Tylee was standing up for both Lori and Chad's beliefs, and that made her more evil to Lori and Chad, in my opinion. Could be. Tylee would have been harder to carry if she were killed elsewhere. She was bigger than JJ. But Tylee had turned dark. She no longer had value. I think obliterate as in not found, not so much in anger. That's why her necklace charm was found in the grass. She was attacked in the grass on site. Okay. Wendy says, Toby, I wonder if they placed her necklace there. That was something I was thinking of as well. I didn't think about that possibility. That she was attacked on Chad's property. Defense and state call for sidebar, and here we sit. Toby says if they grabbed her around the neck and chain could have broken. Alex had plenty of guns. He could easily have gotten her into the car and forced her from there. Was there enough wound to say that, though, to his body? I think JJ was tortured before death, entirely afterwards. If Tylee was killed off-site, it might be taken 2 people to move, destroy it. Which I wonder with this right here, is this what the help when Lori said that Alex wasn't going to Hawaii because he had to stay and help Chad? Is that what he was helping with? Here is just so weird. It was near her burial site, so to me it's maybe on purpose. Who knows with these two? Yeah, that's the problem. All of this is who knows. That is, a necklace was accidentally dropped until Pryor put it in my head that maybe it was placed there in memoriam. I wonder why Pryor wanted it in my head.
All right, we had a sidebar. There's an exhibit that the state's going to be proposing with the next witness, and the exhibit is in electronic format. And counsel for defense does need an opportunity to review the exhibit because apparently it's had some modifications since it was first reviewed by defense counsel. Because of the nature of the exhibit, what we discussed, just the most simple way to take care of that is we are going to have another break at this time to clear the courtroom so that defense counsel can review the exhibit in preparation for its being proffered. And so we'll take a break to take up this evidentiary issue, and then we'll come back on with the calling of the next witness.
All right.
So we'll see how long it takes them to review that. I hate when we don't get to see stuff. Well, hold on, I gotta mute something. There we go. We shall see. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see here. Wendy says, I do think it is possible that they put it there for the same reason. I missed Pryor's comments, so that's just my opinion. Toby says, I may be thinking she was attacked on property because I do not want to have to carry her, because I don't want to have to carry her. He was tied up and officiated. That's torture. Okay. Boy, some of these things is just, to go there is like, oh. So, did they take her phone? I do believe Chad and Alex participated in. They had her phone and they were using it to keep in contact with Colby. They were sending him money. He was getting texts, and it was not Tylee that was using the phone. So that was part of the testimony with the phone records, where they were able to show that the phone was pinging in places and being used, but the dates were after she was proposed, or that she was missing. There were points where she had gone from where it was her on the phone talking, then it was Lori after that. So Beanie says we need timelines all written out in order of when things happened. It might be helpful. There is a timeline on the East Idaho News. They have it all spelled out over there. That's basically what I keep open, which helps me keep this stuff in order as best that I can with my issue with time and timelines and stuff. Probably moved from the shed. Pryor said it like maybe they had done a reading with the pendulum at the site of burial, maybe checking it if the dark entity was gone. I just have a hard time thinking of them actually doing that and believing it with the swinging of the pendulum over top of stuff. That's a struggle. Bruise on JJ's arm could be from being held. I didn't get it when he was saying it. Oh, it helps to put it up on the screen. Sorry, I didn't get it when he was saying it, but today makes it all come back. Dana says Zulema and Melanie P getting partial immunity. I wonder if that was for their part in the casting. Probably. We don't know exactly what that. We do know that they were immune from the unaliving portion. I think it was Zulema. And Linda says, I'm surprised Zulema has immunity. Wendy says, I believe a lot more of these witnesses were participants. That's why they were given immunity. Says, I remember now. Thanks. You're welcome. It's hard to keep this stuff straight. Wendy says, me too, Linda, but also not because the state is known for making deals with devils. Yes, please. I want a timeline. Also, so many dates, so many bodies. So timeline is on the East Idaho News. Let me grab the link to it. It's always good to have this stuff up. Here's the timeline. Stevie says casting through prayer isn't illegal. Physical acts is not legal. Bingo. Snitches too. I hate when those who are not credible are given immunity. Brian says, as parents, it is instinct to protect our children. How in the world could Lori condone the harm to her children? Even though JJ wasn't her blood, she still had to care for him and his needs. That's why I think that they were trying to establish at certain points that how much that she loved him and she took care of him and that kind of thing, trying to put that in there. But this whole thing is so hard to decide what was real, you know, because of the results. I think they were in a hurry to get Tylee dismembered and moving her. There were no thoughts about her necklace. Wendy says, Brian, sadly, not all of us parents have the same instinct and values. And I wonder also in this case, given that this is a religious, that there's a religious aspect to this, was part of it the whole thought of they're in a better place, they're safe, because you do remember Lori did say those words. They're safe, the kids are safe, they're in a bed, you know, those kind of words were used. So I wonder if that was her real thinking, or was that just a way for her to hide what had happened? So, or what had taken place. Do we know how long the children had been dead before being found? Missing. If you have to look at the timeline for when they were perceived missing until their found date. So, someone with a good calculator brain, you can put that in the chat from that timeline. Stephanie says, me, either Brian, it's sad we strangers care more than their mother. Dana says, remember Lori kept saying about the kids, they are safe. I think she believed getting the zombies out of their bodies by unaliving them was protecting them to her, in my opinion, but crazy. Yes. She was thinking about the afterlife and the next thing going past that. And the beliefs of what they believe about, you know, afterlife and other lives and all the things. Mm-hmm. Stephanie says, I bet it's because they had prior knowledge of potential crimes in progress. I can't believe that the defense might be. Yeah, I did. Okay, so Stephanie says died in. Yes, they were. So from September until found. So September to June. That's the second. There you go. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, I bet it's because they had prior knowledge. Yes, we did that one. Okay. And Wendy says, I don't think Lori was as good a mom as we've been told. For instance, one of her husbands was emming Colby, and then she said JJ's dad unalived in front of them. She's never been protective, in my opinion. Andrea Yates killed her kids 5 of them, I believe, to send them to a better place. She was psychotic. She was clearly psychotic and told everyone around her that she wasn't okay. Failure of the system. Boy, it's taken them some time to go over this evidence. Let's see if Nate is saying anything while this is going on. Boy, I haven't updated my stuff in a while. So we're still waiting. So they've been doing it for 12 minutes now. So we're 12 minutes into them figuring out this exhibit. And Steven says, I feel like Lori was more of a selfish person, not sick. Wendy says, Toby, she was definitely someone who was in trouble, and yet her hubby kept knocking her up. So sad. Stevie says, this evidence must be And Toby says, I mostly blame the husband. He kept pulling her out of the system, giving her another baby and more religion. I agree Lori is deluded, but not psychotic. I think sometimes my mind wants to see that somebody is psychotic, because it's hard to imagine that anyone could do this. Wendy says that was to CV, sorry. Oh, okay. The Yates were our neighbors. It was so sad. Everyone tried to stop Rusty and help Andrea. I think the institution is where she needed to be. Oh, wow. Lemon says, my husband's uncle just died today. I'm so sorry, Lemon. Sorry to hear that. I'm so sad with all these deaths in my family, just all too much. Our hearts are with you, Lemon. Yeah. And her dad just patted her on the head and sent her home to all those babies. It was so sad for everyone involved. The Yates is what she's talking about. Wendy says, I hate doctors. Don't get me started. That was 100% preventable. So here we sit waiting for them to continue going over. Still nothing yet. The other trial also is something going. Oh, there. Okay, so lunch break in that one. So we got 2 trials on a break. Toby says, thanks for sharing that. I'm glad she finally ended up in the hospital. Stevie says, I'm so sorry. The situation was heartbreaking. Hugs and prayers for your community. Stephanie says she was sent to prison at first and then moved to the state hospital. I agree with Wendy. Thank goodness. Yes. Sorry to hear about that, Lemon. Yes, Lemon, hugs and kisses. Hope it was peaceful and not unexpected. And this one right here, this is true, yes. Is not no joke. So let's see. Kind of trying to, maybe we could just put something on while we listen or while we wait. Hopefully they're, I think, what time is it? It's 11:11 there now. 11:11. See if we can put some, just play a little bit of something while we wait. Was thinking we could replay some of Zulema from the get-go. Let's see here. Zulema was okay. Okay, so we'll look at that. Oh, by the way, I have a surprise for lunchtime. I'm not going to say, but I'm going to have a guest up with me.
Yours out, President Garth.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated.
Let me hold on. Where'd it go? There it is.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with the state's case in chief. I'll note the jurors are all present and accounted for. The court received the juror affirmation signed by each of the jurors, so thank you again for following the court's continuing admonition each day as we break for the day. When we concluded yesterday, we were done with a witness, and I believe the state is prepared to call its next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and who is the witness and who will be examining the witness, Ms. Blake?
I will be examining the witness, Zulema Pastenes.
Very well. The state may call its next witness.
I'll put it in chat what's happened so far this morning. I don't have Linda this morning. Never mind, they're back in
Counsel,
session.
before we go on the record, are we ready to proceed? Were you able to review the exhibit with counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready. We're ready to proceed. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jurors in, please.
Okay, this is live now. This is not Zulema, as you can tell. They got done quick. Good. So we can listen to that later. I had a feeling it was just as I got it set up. Oh well.
All right, please. Here's all present accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The state's getting prepared to call its next witness. Because I will likely forget to mention this before we call the witness, just a scheduling matter. I'd like to advise the court, everyone here and the jurors as well. Tomorrow, there are some courthouse renovations taking place that are probably going to be pretty distracting when that happens. So we've had a request to stop trial tomorrow at 2:00. So we'll talk about a schedule possibly with a shorter lunch tomorrow going through, but we'll need to conclude by 2 tomorrow. So that will be the schedule. And then we'll have likely another just normal day on Friday. So apologies for doing that at a strange time. And again, I don't think I'll remember to do that otherwise. At this time, the state, I believe, Ms. Blake, you're going to be directing the next witness. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Go ahead and call your witness, please.
The state will call Detective Werther.
Always swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll note Detective Werther's now been placed under oath. I do have a couple of questions before we commence. Detective Werther, have you listened in on online or in person here any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
I have not.
Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've provided in this trial?
I spoke to Detective Duncan. I'm aware that he did testify, but we didn't discuss the content of his testimony.
Okay. All right, Ms. Blake, then you may proceed with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name again and spell it for the record?
Yes. My name is Ariel Werther. Ariel spelled A-R-I-E-L. Werther spelled W-E-R-T-H-E-R. My badge number is 649, and I work for the Chandler Police Department.
What is your current title or position within the Chandler Police Department?
The title is detective. I'm assigned to the robbery homicide unit of the Chandler Police Department.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer in general?
Yes, I attended the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy 2011. Prior to that, I worked as a dispatcher for the department for 3 years. And then since that time, I've engaged in ongoing training as required by AZ Post, which is the outfit that determines if a person is and can remain a sworn law enforcement officer in Arizona. I've also sought additional specialized training for the various units that I've worked in, including training relevant to what I'm testifying here today.
And you just talked about some of them, but have you held various assignments or positions within the Chandler Police Department?
I have. So initially I began, as I mentioned, as a police dispatcher with a civilian position, answering 911, dispatching police officers, things like that. That was in 2008. In 2011, I transitioned and became a sworn law enforcement officer, went to the academy. I worked on patrol for a total of 5 years. During 2 of those years, I was a field training officer, which would be a person who trains new officers in the job in the field. And then I transitioned to working as a detective for the Special Victims Unit, investigating primarily sex crimes and family violence cases. And then that was in 2016. In 2020, I transitioned to working for the Robbery Homicide Unit, and I've been there since.
And then you referenced some training regarding what you're testifying to today. Can you tell me a little bit about what that training was or is?
I've attended multiple training events regarding the interpretation of cell phone records specifically, including two 40-hour courses, one of which I attended earlier this year. And that provides training and guidance and practical experience, including projects that one works on in the class, in order to properly interpret data received from cell phone service providers. And then I've also had training on interpreting data extracted from mobile devices.
So focusing on that training with the cell phones, can you explain how a cell phone communicates with cell towers?
A mobile device on a cellular network would typically be serviced by a particular provider. That provider has a network of base stations or cell towers. We've all seen them as we move throughout the city and other places. Those have radio frequency antenna mounted to them that angle in particular directions and broadcast and receive signals that keep your mobile device communicating with the network. And the typically, if you are moving about, it may be the case that your device may begin connected to a particular cell tower, but then do what's known as a handoff and transition to a different cellular tower on the same network in order to provide what feels to us like an uninterrupted experience as it moves from one tower to the next.
And do you use call detail records to get information about a cell phone as well?
We do.
What is a call detail record?
Call detail records is a generic term for the records maintained by your cellular service provider that they maintain for their own purposes, for business purposes, and that log things such as when a particular mobile device connected to a tower, for what purpose. If it's a voice call, typically it'll say, the length of that call. And if it's a text message, it'll typically tell you things such as whether that's an incoming or an outgoing text message and what other phone numbers were involved in that communication.
How does law enforcement obtain call detail records?
Typically via a search warrant based upon probable cause and authorized by a judge, which is then served to the cellular service provider, and then they will produce the records ordered by that judge.
Were you working in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
Did you end up responding out to a call regarding a shooting?
I did.
Were you the lead investigator at that time?
I was not.
What were your responsibilities? Well, let me back up. Did you learn who the victim of that shooting was?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was Charles Vallow.
Were you assigned certain roles or responsibilities on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
What were those?
They were minimal at that time. As I mentioned before, I joined the robbery homicide team in 2020. So I was not on the team at this point. And as this was a fatal shooting investigation, that's the team that would respond out. I was at that time still in special victims unit, but I had made no secret of the fact that I intended to test for the robbery homicide team in the near future. So as a matter of succession planning, I was invited to come out on various incidents that would be good training opportunities for me to see how the investigation was conducted. All of that is to say that much of my time at the scene was actually observing and not actually directly handling any particular responsibility.
At some point, were you given cell phone location data to review and analyze?
I was.
Do you know whose cell phone data that was?
Yes.
And whose was it?
That was data extracted from a device belonging to Charles Vallow.
As part of your role in the investigation, did you review phone or call detail records in relation to other phones?
I did.
Do you recall the various providers that you looked at records from?
Yes.
And who were those?
Those were T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T.
Do the records from all of the providers look the same?
They do not.
And can you explain a little bit about how they differ?
Each provider has their own, because again, these are maintained for their business records. They're not law enforcement doesn't instruct them what data they have to keep. We can merely access the data that they do have. So each company has a different approach to how they maintain their data for their own purposes. Some are in spreadsheets, some are in text documents, some are multiple spreadsheets, some are much more consolidated. We take the data as they have it and analyze what they give us.
And in this case, were you the officer that drafted any of the search warrants for these call records?
No,
Did somebody else draft the search warrants?
that's right.
And then you were provided the data, the responsive data to analyze?
That's correct.
And did that include analyzing GPS?
It did include analyzing GPS location data, which was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone.
Is it fair to call the call detail records raw data?
Yes,
And do you use a program to analyze that data once you have it?
yes. The Chandler Police Department has access to a program called Trax, formerly under a company called ZX, but they've transitioned to a company called LexisNexis. But the tool is a data analysis tool that we're able to use to analyze raw records that we are given by the companies.
And can you explain a little bit about how that program interprets the data to get a location of a cell phone?
Yes, you were, as mentioned previously, your device connects to various towers as you use voice, data, text, whatever you may be using. And we request and obtain from the providers locations of the towers and details about the tower. Typically, a tower is going to have multiple sectors. So while you have one tower, ordinarily that tower has antenna facing in sectors divided up to provide 360-degree coverage. The data they provide indicates the azimuth, which is a fancy term for the 360-degree angle if you were looking down on the tower from above, that particular sector is facing, and then they provide the GPS location of where that tower is located in the world. And the call detail records will typically indicate when a particular communication event took place, which tower it connected to, and which sector. Using that data, then one can get a general coverage area for where the device was most likely to have been at that time.
And when you talk about this program Trax, I think you also mentioned ZX. Is that what it used to be?
Yes, that was the company that initially developed it, I believe.
Is that program only available to law enforcement?
No, it's my understanding that it's available to paying customers who want to use it for various purposes. I'm familiar with instances where it's been used by defense and people doing private analysis.
In your experience, do cell phone companies use technology that looks for the best signal?
Typically. So as I mentioned before, you may start a call in one place and you either may move or you may not for one reason or another. During the course of that call, your device could switch to a different tower because the signal's better. Environmental conditions can impact signal strength, line of sight, obstructions in the environment, and then again, when we move and our devices move with us.
And to be clear, when we talk about the location of a device, that's the cell phone itself, not necessarily the person it's associated with. Is that correct?
Correct. Call detail records can tell you information about where a device most likely was at a given moment. The question of who's holding the device is something that must be examined or determined from context or other means.
And we've talked about in this particular case, you were given some phone records to review.
Yes,
Do you recall what you looked at in this case?
I do.
And what was that?
So there were records of 4 different phone numbers, again, between Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, that were attributed to various people involved in this investigation. Again, I did not write the warrants to obtain that data. I was just given the data after it had been obtained.
When you're provided phone records, what are you looking for?
So typically, what I want to determine if there are claims that have been made in this investigation or are relevant to the investigation that could possibly be tested by the data set that I've been given. There are certain questions that your cell phone data set might be able to answer and certain questions that they cannot. So if, for example, someone said that in a room with just the two of you there, you said a particular thing, I'm unlikely to find an answer to that in your cell phone data records. It's not likely to be there. But as far as analyzing when and where people tended to be, or if they were in fact communicating without necessarily knowing what they communicated about, those are things that one can evaluate. So you look at the records and try to determine by looking at them if there are reasonable conclusions that can be reached from what's in that data set that would be relevant to your case.
And in this case, did you prepare an exhibit of the information you reviewed?
I did.
And was the information you reviewed extensive?
Yes,
Do you feel that the exhibit would aid you in your testimony today?
it would.
Do you feel it would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence you're going to talk about?
I do believe it would.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. However, I had talked with counsel in the court before. I have it plugged into my laptop ready to play. It does take a minute to upload. Counsel has been provided a copy. I would ask to publish at least the first slide of it for identification purposes.
Okay. If there's no objection, then we'll go ahead and permit you to publish that first slide. And I'll note also, we did provide time for defense counsel to review this on the break. So you can do that, Ms. Blake.
And I will indicate there should be a mouse up on the stand for the detective to use as we get further.
I think also we would have the option here to just put that on the witnesses monitor and not publish to the jurors. Is that preference yours?
For identification purposes, the first slide does not contain much information. It does contain some phone numbers, however, that were analyzed.
Okay, well, we can just go ahead and publish that on the big screen then also, and I don't think that would be a problem if the jurors viewed that.
And Detective Werther, do you recognize the slide we're seeing on the screen?
I do.
Was this in fact prepared by you?
It was.
And did you and I meet yesterday to review the exhibit as well?
Yes.
And was it an accurate copy of what you created?
Yes, that's right.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 43.
Any objection?
There's no objection, Judge.
Oh, very well. Exhibit 43 is entered, and as it's an electronic type exhibit, Ms. Blake, if you could just describe a little bit for the record what the exhibit is.
Yes, Your Honor. The exhibit is a PowerPoint. I believe it contains approximately 128 slides. I know it's 120 something slides, as well as a few embedded things as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Detective Werther, on this first slide, do you see some phone numbers listed?
I do.
And you previously mentioned that you looked at 4 call detail records for 4 numbers.
That's right.
Are those the 4 numbers that you looked at detail records for?
Those are the 4 numbers. And then that last item mentions Charles Vallow's phone extraction. That's because, as I mentioned before, that's data taken directly from the device, not from a cell phone service provider.
And as we start moving through this, what are we seeing? Actually, let me back up. What records were you given? Are those what were depicted on the first slide?
Yes, and the slides that follow will show them again as well.
What are we seeing on this first slide?
This is just to orient the viewer or the reader that my analysis pertains to Chandler Police Department's investigation numbered 2019-83744, a shooting investigation in the city of Chandler in Arizona that occurred on July 11th, 2019. This is a CAD call. CAD call is a computer-aided dispatch call, which is what's sent to the officers to notify them they need to go to a place for a particular reason. And it shows the time that the call to 911 was received was 8:36. And a dispatcher or a call taker entered the initial comments here, RP shot brother-in-law. This call was made by Alex Cox.
And what would RP stand for?
Reporting party.
And if we move to the next slide. And on this slide, what are we seeing here?
This represents the records that I was given and that I used in this analysis for a particular phone number, that phone number being 808-755-5452, which is a Verizon number. And when it was given to me, it was attributed to being a phone used by Lori Vallow.
And if we move forward. And what are we seeing on this slide?
This is the same sort of breakdown, and I should have mentioned each of those line items that one reads on these slides. Those are the titles of the documents I was given pertaining to the particular record. So this is a T-Mobile phone number, 480-692-9562, also attributed to Lori Vallow.
So this is a second device attributed to Lori Vallow that you looked at.
Correct. And one thing I noticed, and I've noted it here when I received these records, no logs of text messages were received, received by me. Ordinarily, your call detail records include not only the voice calls that you make and receive or that your device makes and receives, but also any text messages sent. For whatever reason, and I don't know what it is, I did not receive text message logs pertaining to this number.
And then if we move forward, what are we seeing on this slide?
This tells you of the records from Verizon for number 480-351-9120 attributed to Alex Cox, and again, a listing of the documents that I received for this analysis.
And then if we move forward from there, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is a listing of AT&T documents pertaining to number 515-402-0143. And when I was provided these records, I was told that they were attributed to Chad Daybell.
And when you looked at these particular records, did you notice who it appeared that the phone attributed to Chad Daybell had been in contact with?
I did notice various communications between this and primarily one other number on the day in question.
And what other number was that?
The primary number was one of the two numbers attributed to Ms. Lori Vallow. It's shown throughout the slides as to which of those two particular numbers it was.
And when you talk about on the day in question, what specific day did you look at these call details for?
I mostly limited my analysis to the day of the shooting in Chandler, as that was my task to analyze what these records could tell us about that particular event. So that previously mentioned July 11th of 2019.
And then if we move forward, you'd previously mentioned that you looked at the locations extracted from Charles Vallow's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look at any other data in relation to Charles' phone at that time?
No.
And can you remind us again or explain the difference between the records for Charles' phone versus those for Lori, Alex, and Chad?
Yes, so all of the four numbers that we've gone through, those are records. As I mentioned, a warrant was sent to a cell phone service provider, and then they provided in return various records related to their customer and that particular device and what it was doing during the time frame authorized. This is different in kind. This is data extracted from Mr. Vallow's mobile device. And that data, as I understand, is primarily sourced from GPS, which is a different system than when your device is communicating with a cell phone tower.
And if we move to the next one, what are we seeing on this slide?
So this is to help orient the viewer to how this is going to be represented, this data from Charles' device. So we have the ability at the department, I'm not one of the people who does it, to extract data directly from someone's device. And then that data produced as a spreadsheet that was given to me can be mapped. GPS coordinates, same as we all use if you've ever used a mapping device on your phone to be able to get from one place to another. That sort of data is the type of data we're talking about. And in the presentation, the data from the phone extraction for Charles Vallow will be represented as points, as you see on the screen, in red. And that point represents the latitude, longitude that was extracted from the device.
And the red specifically will be in reference to Charles Vallow's phone?
Correct. I've color-coded the individuals associated with this, their devices, so that it helps the viewer to keep track of which device we're looking at a given point.
And if we move forward to slide 10, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is to help, again, orient what you're about to see. These are cell site markers. So we have Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile up on the screen. And when a cell site or a cell tower was indicated in the records as having communicated with the given device, they've been color coded. So blue for Lori Vallow, yellow for Chad Daybell's device, and green for Alex Cox's device. And the tower will be represented by that color coded pin.
And if we move forward to the next slide, what are we seeing on this slide?
This slide again shows the various devices, and it shows the color coding of what's known as an H-plane, which I'll discuss in more detail on the next slide, but it shows that that color coding will be maintained for those as well.
And then if we move to slide 12. And I think you said you discussed the H-plane a little bit more. Can you explain what we're seeing on this slide and what the H-plane is?
H-plane is short for horizontal plane, and as I mentioned before, towers have sectors, and the records indicate a device communicated with a particular sector. So as you see, that black dot is the location of the cell site with which the device was communicating. And the line is the azimuth, or the direction that the antenna was oriented on that sector that the device communicated with. This particular shape is an estimate of how the radio frequencies that are broadcast from that particular sector would propagate. So testing that's been done in a thing called an anechoic chamber, which is basically a room, the purpose of which is to dampen sound and radio frequencies, to dampen their reflection off of objects and so forth, has allowed engineers to determine approximately the shape in which those radio frequencies are broadcast from a particular sector. Now, that would be under laboratory circumstances. The real world is not a laboratory circumstance. So this is a representation of what one would expect in a laboratory from the performance of that sector. It's important to understand this is not where you see this color-coded shaded area. This is where the device is most likely to have been for that event, but it is not a claim that the device had to be within that area or definitely was within that area. It's an estimate of a likely location.
And then if we move forward to the next slide, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is again to orient us to what we're going to view throughout most of the exhibit. So in producing the exhibit using Google Earth Pro with processed records that can be mapped and viewed in Google Earth Pro, there's certain features that one should be aware of. This top thing in Google Earth Pro is known as a timeline slider bar, and it allows one to move forward and back in time through the records and indicates at what point in time one's currently looking. Then this shaded area, as I mentioned before, is the estimated device location for one of the devices mapped in blue. This one is for one of the devices mapped in green. If you have multiple devices, they'll both be on the screen at the same time with their estimated locations. And then the red points there is an estimated location of the extracted GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone.
And what are we seeing on this next slide?
Just in order to reduce clutter on the screen, I've used shorthand. In this case, everyone has different initials, so that seemed a reasonable way to do it. So where you see CV, that refers to Charles Vallow. Where you see LV, that refers to Lori Vallow. CD refers to Chad Daybell, and AC refers to Alex Cox with their various color coding, again, just to reduce clutter.
And then what are we going to see on these next slides?
These next slides will start bringing us into representations of the actual analysis of these various records when they're all put together.
And, what are we seeing on this slide?
Yes, thank you. So this was, as mentioned before, I provided some of this information on July 11th, 2019, 8:36 a.m. Chandler police received the 911 call regarding a shooting alleged to have been in self-defense at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler. Police officers responded. They contacted Alex Cox at that location and found Charles Vallow inside deceased with multiple gunshot wounds. And during the course of the investigation, Lori Vallow returned to the scene at 8:48 in the morning. with her daughter Tylee Ryan. Interviews were conducted with the various people involved, and then cell provider location data, as we've discussed, was later obtained, and the cell phone location data was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone.
And if we move forward, what does this slide depict?
As I mentioned before, when you have a certain amount of information about a case and then you have the data set, the question is, what can that data set possibly tell me? Does it support the claims? Does it refute the claims? Or does it tell me nothing about the claims? These are some of the things that I noted that seemed like they could be tested by looking at the data. So some of these claims include things like the particular time that Charles Vallow was said to have arrived at the South Four Peaks Drive location, the question of whether Lori Vallow was or was not present at the time of the shooting, whether it did in fact end up with his cellular phone after the shooting, which is a claim that was made, whether the children were present, and then events after the shooting. The claim had been made by Lori that she went to a nearby Burger King and that she went to a drugstore to buy flip-flops for herself and the children. She said they had to leave without shoes because of the event, and that she dropped JJ off at Lawrence Life Academy, which is a school that he attended, and then returned after doing all those things. And one other thing is she had made the claim that Alex called Lori after the shooting, and they discussed whether he would call 911 or not.
So those are all things that you felt you could try to verify or disprove in looking at the various events and timeline given?
Yes, these seem like things that cell phone estimated locations and also communication records should be able to at least give some indication of whether these things were supported or refuted by the data.
And if we move forward, were you looking to corroborate or find something that would refute some of the information provided?
Yeah, so specifically with reference to the cell phone, the call detail records from the various providers and also locations on Charles's phone, it's important not to take those things at case value and say, well, the data says that the device was there, so it absolutely had to be there, because the data has an error rate. All data has an error rate. So one of the other things we try to do when we're doing investigations is find other means of corroborating or refuting the data, because if the data are not accurate, we want to know that. And so we are looking for other things that might show. And throughout the presentation, I try to intersperse some of those things that we found.
And regarding the records you received, what is the first thing you did with the records?
The first thing that I did with the records when I received them is look through the actual raw records and see what sort of records even I had been given, and notice certain things like, again, the lack of text detail for Lori. And so I asked if that was somewhere else, and determined that for one reason or another, and I don't know why, we don't have it. So after looking through the records, I used that program we discussed previously to produce a file that can be viewed in Google Earth Pro, so that I can put all of the various data sets alongside one another in a timeline, mapped, and then move through them and see what each of the data sets indicates about what the device was likely doing during that time.
And again, was your analysis restricted to the events of July 11th of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Were the records set to a specific time?
Yes, because we were investigating an incident in Arizona, they're all interpreted in Arizona. Typically, when they provide the records from the subscribers, they're going to set them to GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, also known as Zulu time sometimes. Arizona is always 7 hours behind that, so all of these records are set to GMT -7. And that includes the records for Chad Daybell, which indicate that, in fact, he was in Idaho at the time, which is a different time zone. But in order to be able to see them all as they actually happened, I set his records to Arizona time. Otherwise, what you would see is all the Arizona events, and then 1 hour later, you'd see an Idaho time event that in reality had happened 1 hour earlier. It would be very confusing.
And if we move forward, is this an animation you created?
Yes.
And can you explain what we're seeing here?
The purpose of this animation is to orient the viewer to the general areas that are going to be involved in this analysis. So that's the Phoenix metro area, Chandler is on the left-hand side. You'll see the map pop up again as the data loads. And then certain areas of particular interest to the case are being labeled as we watch for reference to get you a general idea of where they're all located.
And there's a residence there. It looks like a house icon.
Yes.
What does that represent?
The one on the left side of the screen, because I've used two house icons, the one on the left is 5531 South Four Peaks Place, which is the incident location of the shooting. And I should mention, although it's likely obvious, that north is the top of the screen and it will remain so throughout the animations.
And then the other residence that we see there?
That is Alex Cox's residence at, oh, that should not have done that. Alex Cox's residence at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan Valley.
And there are some other,
Yep, Santan Valley.
and there are some other icons there. Are we going to talk more about those a little later?
We will talk about those locations as they come up.
And if we move forward,
Yes, I think we should. Oh. There we are.
and what are we seeing on this screen?
This is an estimate of the distance from the 5531 South Four Peaks Place address to a Burger King that wound up becoming an area of relevance, and the estimated distance is 1.96 miles.
And if we go to the, and is that the measurement that was depicted on that screen?
That is the measurement depicted on that screen, yes.
And on this next one, what are we seeing here?
This is an estimated distance from the Four Peaks Place address to Lawrence Life Academy, which, as I previously mentioned, is the school that JJ attended at the time. The measurement depicted on the screen is an estimate that says 7.2 miles.
And if we move to the next one, what are we seeing here again?
This again is that CAD call hard copy showing that the 911 call was received at 8:36.
And if we go to the next slide, did issues of timing and what was reported as far as times cause concern early on in the investigation?
Yes, we pretty quickly noticed there's an issue of plausibility as far as the timeline. If the 911 call was received at 8:36, and if Lori returned to Four Peaks at 8:48, which is 12 minutes later, you notice you have to go about a little over a mile to go to the Burger King, and then 7 miles round trip to go to the academy. Added in the claim that there was a stop at a drugstore, we began to become concerned about a delay in calling 911, which is ordinarily concerning. Ordinarily, if a shooting event happens, 911 is normally called relatively quickly.
And I think I'd failed to ask, did Lori report that she'd stopped at that Burger King
She did.
and then that she'd taken JJ to school?
Yes, and I should clarify, I spoke to her. She told me she stopped at a Burger King. I'm not positive she specified that one.
Was that one on the way to JJ's school?
Yes, I think it's the nearest one, and it's also between the two locations.
And then she also reported stopping at a drugstore?
That's right.
And if we move forward, what do we see on this slide?
This is the first location data point among all the data sets that I had for that day. This is an indication of a GPS location from Charles Vallow's phone, and you'll see right there on the left-hand side. True by Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway.
And what are we seeing here?
This is an overlay of a receipt that was later recovered when we went to the True by Hilton that indicates that that is in fact where Mr. Vallow was staying on the date in question. So as I mentioned, we're trying to see if data appear to be accurate or not. This does appear to show him at the hotel where he was known to be staying, or his device at the hotel where he was known to be staying.
And in moving to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
So this is a record from the 0143 number attributed to Chad Daybell, where it texts the 9562 number attributed to Lori Vallow. As I mentioned, for that 9562 number, I don't have text logs. So to the extent that I can examine those communications, it has to be viewed from the records produced regarding the 0143 number. And this here would be the estimated location of that 0143 number at the time, which is 6:06 in the morning, Arizona time.
And if we go to the next slide.
This is advancing the time to 6:12 in the morning, and this is Lori Vallow's 9562 number texting Chad Daybell 0143 number.
And this is again on July 11th of 2019.
That's right.
And if we go to the next slide.
Advancing again to 7:01 in the morning, the Chad Daybell 0143 number texts the Lori Vallow 9562 number. And these are just, again, the mapping estimates associated with each of these communication events for the 0143 number.
And moving forward. What do we see here?
This is starting back at that 0003 GPS event, and it showed the various GPS events all the way up to 0716. If you saw them popping up on the screen and then passing, it would show that they were all generally in the area of that hotel until 7:16 in the morning on the 11th.
And then if we move to the next couple slides.
So at 7:16 in the morning, the device, Charles Vallow's device location data shows it traveling from that Hilton through various streets to the area of the Four Peaks residence. And one of the things I wanted to highlight here, as I mentioned, all data has an error rate. Yes, I do not have any reason to believe that Charles Vallow's phone was actually in the backyard of that neighboring house. There's just an error rate, and that's something to keep in mind when one reviews these things. But it shows it arriving in the area of the Four Peaks residence at 7:32 in the morning.
And the last communication between Chad and Lori prior to this that you noticed was about 7:01 or just after 7 in the morning?
That's right, on that device, yes.
And if we move forward, what are we going to see here?
This is going to show, again, the 0143 number, texting Lori Vallow's 9562 number, and this is at 7:33 in the morning. This is the same approximate time that the device data indicates that Charles Vallow's device arrived near Four Peaks.
And again, we don't have the content of those messages. Is that correct?
I do not have those. If someone has them, I'm not aware of it.
And this is a device associated with Chad texting a device associated with Lori?
That's right. And I'm not familiar with the area, of course, but I imagine those of you up here are more likely to recognize this area.
And if we move forward?
So until 7:50, the data from Charles Vallow's device indicates it was in the general area of the Four Peaks address. Then about 7:50, you see that it has now moved away and out towards the surface street, which is Gilbert Road. So that's approximately 18 minutes after the device arrived near Four Peaks. It is now off and in transit, and about 46 minutes prior to the time when the 911 call will occur.
And you previously indicated it was stated Lori Vallow ended up in possession of Charles' phone?
Yes, that's the claim she made, and that's also how it was later recovered by one of the detectives, was from Ms. Vallow.
And if we, actually, I'm looking at the time. Judge, would you like us to keep going?
Well, I think we ought to go ahead and take the noon recess at this time, Ms. Blake. So we'll go ahead and take lunch. Let's start back up right at 1 o'clock, please.
All right, please.
lunchtime. So we have, I have to look at and calculate. So we have an hour and they'll be back at noon. So I was kind of thinking we can go ahead and play that Zulema testimony from yesterday from the direct, and then we can all just, do our lunch stuff, and then we'll be back when it's over. So that's what I'm going to put on. It's the stuff I started before. So here, let me get it set up. Okay.
Testimony, I am going to inquire, Ms. Pastenes, because this trial has been live streamed and available
So
fairly easily to observe online and also open to the public. I'm asking you whether or not you have watched any of the trial or anyone's testimony given during the trial.
No, I have
Oh.
not.
Okay. Have you talked to anybody else about testimony they've given in trial?
No, I have not.
Okay. Thank you for your responses. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please spell your name for the record?
My first name is Zulema, spelled Zulema. Last name Pastenes, Pastenes.
And Ms. Pastenes, do you know an individual named Lori Vallow?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I met her in 2018 at a meeting and at Melanie Gibbs' house.
So you knew Melanie Gibb prior to meeting Lori?
Yes.
And do you know approximately when that would have been, what year?
It was around 2018.
Sometime shortly after meeting Lori, did you end up traveling to a conference in St. George, Utah?
Yes.
And was that in October of 2018?
Yes.
Do you know an individual named Alex Cox?
Yes.
And how did you meet him?
I met him at Lori's house in November of 2018 after a conference.
And how about Chad Daybell?
I met him at a conference in Mesa in the summer of 2018.
When you met Chad in the summer of 2018, did you end up staying in contact with him at that time?
No.
And after meeting Lori in 2018, did you stay in touch with her?
Yes, it was brief contact at first, and then after the St. George conference, then we started having more of a friendship.
And in regards to that St. George conference, did you travel there with Lori?
Yes,
Were there some other women with you in the vehicle?
yes.
Do you recall who they were?
It was Michelle, and then another lady that I don't remember her name, Melanie Gibb, Lori, and I.
Do you recall being present when Lori and Chad met?
Yes, I was there.
Did you make any observations of the two of them together during that conference?
Yes, at first it was just, they were just talking to each other. But then Lori was really being flirtatious towards him, and it appeared that she was really putting on the moves on him.
Did Chad seem receptive to that?
Yes, because he was very giggly and laughing a lot with her.
Were you aware if Lori was married?
Yes, I knew she was married.
And did you know whether or not Chad was married at that time?
I knew he was married.
Did you also travel home from the conference with Lori?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall her saying anything on the drive home?
Yes, she was driving on the way back, and Melanie Gibb and I were in the back seat, and she asked us to search the scriptures for certain things. The first things that she had us research was anything to do with James the Less, and then she also had us research and scripture, and that was Doctrine and Covenants 77:11, and she had us read it out loud for her.
At that time, did you learn the significance of the James the Less?
Not at that time. She didn't expand on that time.
At some point later, did you learn the significance of that?
Yes, Lori said that Chad had told her that in a
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, it's a conspirator.
World.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
And I had asked you if at some point later you learned the significance of the James the Less.
Thank you. Yes, Lori said Chad had told her her previous lives, and in a previous life, she had been, they had been married, and he was James the Less, who was one of Jesus's disciples, and that she was his wife, and her name in that life was Helena.
And in regards to the other scripture reference, the D&C, did you ever learn the significance of that?
Yeah, it was in regards of the gathering of the 144,000, and Chad had told her that they were the angels that were supposed to gather the 144,000.
And when you say Chad told her they, is the they referring to Chad and Lori?
Correct.
And then you talked about meeting Alex Cox at a conference in November of 2018 in Arizona.
Yes,
Was Chad also present at that conference?
yes,
Was Lori present?
yes.
Was there any other activity or get together held around that time?
Yeah, Lori had some people from the conference that were staying at her house, and after the conference, she had a gathering at her house, and she invited me to attend.
Did you in fact attend?
Yes.
While you were there, did you make any observations of Chad and Lori together?
The three of us went outside to the backyard together, and at one time, Lori started playing basketball and asked Chad to play basketball with her. It was very uncomfortable for me, so I felt like a third wheel. So I said that I was going to go inside the house, and Chad said that he was going to go inside the house with me. And Lori said, why are you going inside? Are you scared of me?
And you said you felt like a third wheel in that situation?
Yes.
At some point during that meeting, were you given a blessing?
Yes.
Who gave you the blessing?
Chad.
Who was present in the room where he gave you the blessing?
Chad, Lori, and I.
Do you recall getting that blessing?
Yes, I do.
Was there anything different about that blessing than what you were used to?
Yeah, usually when we receive a blessing, it is tailored to the specific need that you may have at that time. For example, if I was ill, the blessing will be for healing or strength to go through the illness. This blessing was different. It was almost as if Chad was looking into the future for me, and he was telling me how special of a person I was, and how many gifts I had, and all the things that I was going to do in the future. So it was very, very different than what I was used to.
And it sounds like talked about your future and how special you were. Was it pretty praising of you?
Yeah, there was a lot of praise during the blessing.
At some point during that gathering at Lori's house, do you recall Chad teaching, providing any teachings to the people that were at Lori's residence?
Yeah, so at one point, a couple of people had asked a couple of questions of Chad, and he sat in the middle of the room. I don't know whether it was a coffee table or ottoman in the middle of the living room, and all of us were sitting on the couch, and he started teaching the doctrine of translation.
And when you say all of us were sitting there, how many of you were there? Do you recall? Or approximately?
Probably around 6, 7 people.
Were there any other men there?
No, it's only women.
Charles wasn't present?
No, Charles had gone out of town and taking JJ with him so that Lori could have the house for guests.
And when the women sat there, Chad was the one talking about translation, is that correct?
Yes.
Did Lori teach about translation?
No.
And do you recall some of what Chad was telling you about translation?
Yes, he said that there were three phases to translation. The first was I'm sorry, I can't remember it correctly, but it was something like there was a physical part, there was a spiritual part, and the third part I can't remember. And then he said that each one of the parts you went up on vibration and percentages, in that at each time when you hit 100, then you would move on to the next phase and on to the next phase.
Had you ever heard translation taught in that way?
No, never.
At that point in time, were you open to the idea?
Yeah, I was open to it.
Do you recall seeing Chad again in November around that same time? And maybe I'll narrow it down. Do you recall seeing Chad and Lori somewhere the day after the conference?
Thank you. Yes, the day after the conference, Lori was supposed to have some kind of a, I don't know, meeting or classes at her house. And I decided not to go there. Instead, I decided to go to the temple. And when I got to the celestial room, Lori and Chad were sitting together in the celestial room.
Did either of them say anything to you at that time?
They both stood up at the same time, and they came over to me, towards me as soon as they saw me. And Lori said to me not to tell anyone that I had seen them there. He said, please don't tell anybody that we are here.
Later in 2018, do you recall going to Melanie Gibbs' home and having Chad and Lori be there?
Yeah, there was, Lori and Gib had started a podcast, I believe, and, Chad was going to be a guest for their podcast on that day.
And I said later in 2018. Do you recall, was it early 2019 or later in 2018? Do you recall?
I don't recall when it was.
But sometime after November of 2018?
Yes, it was after the conference.
And would it be fair to say that it was before February of 2019?
Judge,
Correct.
this is becoming leading objection.
Okay, well, it was untimely, but it was leading this way.
So at that podcast at Gibbs' house, Chad and Lori were present, you said?
Yes.
Did anything happen after the podcast?
Yeah, Chad said that he wanted us to go to lunch because he had some information to give me during the lunch.
And did you in fact go to lunch?
Yes, I did.
Who else was present at the lunch?
Lori, Gib, Chad, and I.
Did Chad end up telling you anything at that time?
Not at the time. For some reason, Lori and Chad didn't want Gib to hear what he had to say to me. So during the lunch, he said that he had some things that he wanted to share with me and that he would call me later to let me know what that was.
And did you in fact talk to him later?
Yes,
And did he share something with you?
yes.
And can you tell me a little bit about what he shared with you?
He told me that he was able to read people's past lives and he wanted to give me, I guess it was like a reading of what my past lives were. And so he gave me all the times that I had been upon the earth before. He told me who I was, about when it had been. And then he also gave me a rating of, I think it was something like a 4.2 light or something similar to that.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 54A. I have a copy for counsel, a courtesy copy for the court, and then the exhibit.
Very well.
And may I have the witness shown the exhibit?
You may.
Ms. Pastenes, do you recognize this?
Yes,
Is this something that you created?
yes.
Did you create this sometime after Chad had talked to you about the prior lives?
Yes, this was something similar to what he had given me on that day. This is what Lori and Chad were teaching in regards to creations.
And I'm going to stop you just briefly, Your Honor. I'm going to move for admission of States Exhibit 54A.
Any objection?
Judge, I guess for demonstrative purposes, it's fine.
Ms. Blake? Are you moving to admit for demonstrative purposes?
No, I'm moving to admit as an exhibit. Ms. Pastenes has said she created this based off the teachings of Chad and Lori.
Right, so it's not being offered demonstrative, just as an exhibit, so any objection on that?
No, Judge, if it's understood that she created this, I'm fine with that.
Very well. The exhibit 54A is admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You may publish.
And Ms. Pastenes, I apologize, I cut you off there. I think you were starting to explain what we were seeing here. Can you please do so?
So Chad and Lori were teaching that in one realm of creations, there could be 5 different worlds to which one person could come to. So on this one, for example, it shows that there is one realm and one realm of creations on the left-hand side. And as you can see, it has 5 circles. So each one of those ones would be a world. And to the left, I have a arrow showing the spirit world. And one person could come to any of these worlds. And he had said that I had come to the 3rd world within this creation 5 times. To the 4th world, I had come 4 times. And to the 5th world, which will be the earth, which was also the lowest and the darkest of the worlds within this creation, that I had come to this earth 4 times.
And I also see a note there, Brother H.F. Jesus. Could you explain what that was?
Yeah, one time Chad had said that he was the brother of Heavenly Father and Jesus, and that in another creation, he had been the Holy Ghost.
And I also see a circle there with the word limbo. Could you explain what that represents?
Later on, they started teaching that a person could become let me back up. When a person passes away, that there was a small time where the body is still a viable body and it could be occupied by a dark spirit or a demon, and that because the body no longer had the spirit that was originally there, but it was being occupied by a demon, that then that spirit could not move to the spirit world, that it would go into a limbo.
So the original spirit occupying the body would go to limbo?
Correct.
And when you say they were teaching, who is the they?
Chad and Lori.
Had you ever heard anything taught like that before?
No.
At that time, were you open to the idea?
Somehow it was really different to me. I've never heard anything like that before. I was sort of open to it.
Had you heard of some of the concepts before of prior creations or multiple probations?
I mean, I've heard some things being said about reincarnation and things like that, but never in this manner.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Again, I have a courtesy copy for Your Honor, the exhibit, and a copy for counsel. And if I may have the witness handed a copy.
You may.
And Ms. Pastenes, can you please just look through those pages?
Have a brief sidebar with counsel, please.
Yes.
Okay, brief sidebar. So, holy crud. I've actually heard this kind of teaching before from who shall remain nameless, and outside of what you're hearing, there are people who believe this stuff. And it is, so the words are different, but the meaning is the same. This is like deja vu. Hearing this stuff, very similar to stuff I've heard before. And excuse me, hold on. Sorry to those who hate it when content creators clear their throat, but sometimes we can't help it. Oh, here they come back.
Ms. Pastenes, have you had a chance to look those pages over?
Yes,
And do you recognize those?
yes, I do.
Where did they come from?
These pages come from a journal I used to keep.
And do you remember approximately, well, let me back up. Do these contain information provided to you by Chad and Lori?
Yes,
So would you have started putting this in sometime after having met Chad and Lori?
yes.
And do you know when you quit making these journal entries in particular?
This journal was probably finished around 2019.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibit 54.
Any objection?
Foundation Judge, 2019 is a long year. I should be afforded some opportunity as to when these entries were made.
All right, response, Ms. Blake?
Your Honor, Ms. Pastenes has identified them as her journal entries. She's indicated they would have been made in the year 2019. I think that is sufficient foundation for purposes of identifying the document and substantiating it.
All right, the court's considered the objection and the response. I am going to overrule the objection and permit the admission of Exhibit 54 based on foundation laid by the witness.
And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Ms. Pastenes, if I can draw your attention down there to the bottom, it says 3 phases. I think you were talking a little bit about that.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that represents?
So this is what Chad was was teaching on that evening of after the preparing the people November of 2018. He said that the translation phases were emotional, spiritual, and physical. Each one of them would go from 0 to 100%, and vibrations will go from 0 to 1,000%, I think it was. And he also shows that around 80%, there is a big test in order for you to get to the 100%, and then you move on to the next phase.
And in the time you knew Chad Daybell, would he in fact tell you vibration levels that you had?
Yes,
And did he tell you that you were going through the translation process?
yes.
And we'd previously seen another diagram where you talked about creations. Can you tell us what this is representative of?
So this right here is representative of one of those circles on that entire creation. So for example, this right here will be all of the times that a person comes to one of the worlds. So for example, this one would be Earth. And this is how a person moves up in a spiritual ascend and becomes either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and so on the light side, or as I have on the left hand side, the same happens for a person if they become dark.
And so when Chad was telling you this stuff, I think you said you were given a rating of 4.2 light.
I believe that's what it was.
Who would give those ratings?
Chad would.
Who could discern light and dark?
Chad did.
And Your Honor, may I hold on to this exhibit? I intend to publish a few more, just not right now.
You may. Thank you.
Miss Pastenes, do you recall where you went to lunch with Melanie and Chad and Lori?
Firebird's restaurant in Gilbert, Arizona.
Sometime after that first lunch, did you go to a lunch there again?
Yes.
Who was present at that lunch?
Gib, Lori, and I.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I believe it was around February of 2019.
At some point, did Lori end up leaving Arizona?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when she left Arizona?
it was after that lunch. So probably February, March.
And Chad was not present during that lunch, is that correct?
Correct. He was not there.
During that lunch, did Lori start telling you anything?
Yes, she made a diagram similar to the one that that I had written down, and she went over the creations and the worlds, and also the ratings of people.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54B. I have a copy for the court, counsel, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor.
Thank you.
And if I may have the witness shown the exhibit.
You may.
Miss Pastenes, what did Lori draw the diagram on?
It was on the receipt of the lunch.
And when you look at these pages, do you recognize them?
Yeah, this is a copy of the back of the receipt because I remember I kept the receipt.
And Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibit 54B.
No objection.
All right, exhibit 54B is admitted.
And if I may have that for publication.
Yes.
And so you said this is indicating the same type of information?
Yes.
Is this also about your prior lives?
No, I don't believe that this one is, excuse me, this one has to do again with the eternal rounds up on the top. The five worlds that one can come to. And on the bottom part is how Chad used to rate people on whether they were light or dark. So you become a 1. So we're reading from the bottom up. You become a 1 when you're in the spirit world. And then you become a 2 when you are born for the first time. And then you become a 3 when you come again, and so on and so forth. And then she put the numbers of people that would be a 2 or a 3, and so on and so forth upon the earth currently. So for example, there's I think it says billions of 2s, billions of 3. Only 1,200 people are 4.1 light, 4.1 light, excuse me. There's only 7,000 4.2. There is only 700 4.3. And then there would be only 1/6 light, or only one person that is 6 dark on the opposite side.
So equal number of light and dark on each level.
Yes.
And then this was also part of that same receipt.
Yes.
And can you tell us what this is depicting?
So she, Lori at this time started explaining that there were councils. And so at the top would be Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ. Then right after that, there will be a council of 12, a council of 24, a council of 48, and then so on and so forth.
And do you know where Lori was getting her information?
All of this was being given to her by Chad.
And when we talked about those different creations, did Chad ever talk to you about the term exalted?
Yes.
And what did Chad explain to you when it came to being exalted?
So exaltation means that you have had a probationary time, and you have become a righteous person, spiritually minded, and that you are through the atonement of Jesus Christ, you are exalted. That means that you have earned or have a place in a celestial realm.
And had you heard that type of teaching before?
Yes, I have. It is taught in the church that we can become exalted, but the way that Chad was teaching it was different. He was teaching that if you came in another world within that creation, within those 5 worlds, if you came in another world, let's say, for example, when I came in the 4th world 4 times, during that time, I had become exalted. Therefore, I had already have my place in a celestial realm. So when I came to this earth this time, I didn't need to go through a probationary time. My place was already there. I already had it. So it wasn't really a probationary time for me to be here, that I had, for example, come to just help and assist the work of God.
And if you weren't in a probationary period, did that mean anything else? Or did you ever hear Lori or Chad say anything in relation to that?
Yeah, it would mean, Chad said that there wouldn't be a need for repentance if you had already been exalted in another world, that you did not need to go through a probationary time because you had already proven yourself in another world. Therefore, it didn't count for you. So Lori used to say all the time, it doesn't count for me. Or she would say, for example, to me or to other people, she was saying, it doesn't count for you either. And she would do it in such a way where she would hit something and she would say, doesn't count for me.
And again, where was Lori getting her information?
All this information is coming from Chad.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to publish some additional pages from State's Exhibit 54.
You may.
And I think on that back of the receipt, we saw something kind of similar to this, but can you explain what this is?
So again, these are the councils. The top will be where Jesus is at the top. Then there will be a council of 12, council of 24, and there will be a council of 48. And Chad and Lori would have been the leaders of the council of 48. And Lori and Chad were teaching that, for example, me, Serena, Christina, and all of these people that are listed here are also part of that council. And 24 here would mean that 24 are here upon the earth.
And when we see the 2 lines coming down, is that again a depiction of light and dark?
Correct.
So the light and dark balance out.
Correct.
At some point, and we see this list here, and I guess let me clarify, when Chad designated you as part of that 48, was that on the light side?
Yes.
And I also see Serena and Christina also with you.
Yes.
So also on the light side.
Yes.
At some point, did their designations change?
Yes, at one time, Chad said that Serena was no longer, and that's the reason why I have a question mark right there, because he had, Chad had said that Serena was no longer light, and that she was moving towards the dark side, and that she was very, the way he said it to me was that she was a very high, like a high priestess, but she was becoming dark, so therefore she would be a very dark high priestess.
So people could move from light to dark.
That's what he was teaching, yes.
What preceded Serena moving to the dark?
Judge, could I have some foundation as to how she knows all this?
If you know what preceded Serena being deemed dark or potentially moving to the dark.
At the time, Chad didn't give any explanation of why Serena was moving towards this. It was a mystery to me at the time. But later on, I found out that Serena had questioned Chad about his teachings of no need for repentance, because to her, that was a concept that she couldn't understand and she couldn't believe. So she questioned him, and then he deemed her dark.
And at that lunch at Firebirds with Melanie Gibb and Lori, did you learn anything about Charles?
Yes, this was the first time that Laurie talked about someone being possessed by a dark spirit or a demon. This first time that I heard the idea of someone passing away and having this small window of time where a dark spirit or a demon could come into the body and take over the body. And she said that that's what had happened to Charles, and that Charles was now possessed by a dark spirit or demon named Ned.
Had you heard the term possession before?
Yeah, I had read about it in the scriptures before.
Had you heard it talked about in the way Lori was describing it?
No, not at all.
And do you know where Lori got that information?
That information came from Chad.
Had you talked to Lori about any problems she was having with Charles?
Previous to that, one time during the St. George conference, she said that they were having some financial issues, but other than that, she hadn't said that they had any issues.
After learning that Charles was dark, at some point, did you hear the term castings?
Yes. Lori said that she wanted us to meet and she wanted to teach us something, and she also said that she wanted us to do a casting out on Charles.
Did you in fact end up meeting up with Lori?
Yes. we had a meeting at my house. It was late March of 2019.
Do you know where Lori was living at that time?
She was in Hawaii.
Do you recall who was present at your house
Yes,
and who was there?
it was Christina, Nicole, Serena, Gib, and Lori and I.
And would this have been before Serena was determined to be dark?
Yes.
Did Lori explain how the casting would work?
Yes, she said that we needed to hold hands, and she gave everyone a different part to say, and we were to just cast out the evil spirit.
And to be clear, when you're doing the casting, was Charles present?
No,
Was anything physically being done to Charles at that time?
no,
He wasn't there, no touching of Charles.
no.
Do you know where Lori learned about castings from?
In this way,
Yes.
she was learning all of this from Chad, and during that meeting, throughout the whole time, she was having communication with him as we were going through the whole casting.
So Chad wasn't present for the casting, but Lori would reach out to him.
Yes,
How did Lori determine if the casting was successful?
she had to call Chad to verify whether it was done correctly or not, or if it had worked.
And after that first casting, did Lori reach out to Chad?
Yes, she called them.
And what did Lori indicate Chad said?
She said that Chad said that it had worked and that we were successful on the casting.
Did you later learn anything in regards to Charles?
Yes, later on, she said that again, that Ned had been cast out and we had been successful at casting out, but then another dark spirit had come and taken over Charles's body. This time, the evil spirit's name was Garrett.
Did you end up participating in another casting on Charles?
Yes.
And do you recall who was at that next casting?
It was the same people, but this time Alex was there as well.
Did you learn why Alex was present at the second one, but not the first one?
At first, Chad and Lori had said that Alex was a first creation, only the first time that he had come to the earth. So he had not been in prior worlds. He had only come to this world, and this was his first time in this world. Therefore, he had a very low rating. I believe he was only like a 2 or something like that. And therefore he wasn't spiritually savvy. And then his rating changed. They said that they had found out that Alex had been in other worlds before, and that he had been exalted in other worlds before, And now his spiritual standing had changed.
And when you say they said that, is that Chad and Lori?
Correct.
So now that his spiritual status had changed, he was able to be at the casting?
Correct.
And you talked about assignments being given. Who would give those assignments?
Lori would.
Do you recall what Alex's assignment was?
He was always the warrior.
Did Alex seem to believe?
Yes.
Was that second casting successful?
Yes. Well, again, Lori called Chad to verify that he had been successful, and Chad said that he had been. And but then, just as the first time, later on, we found out that there was again that period of time where another spirit could come and possess the body, and that this time there was a very high dark spirit. There was this demon that had done this for hundreds of years and had done the same things hundreds of times or thousands of times, and that he was very experienced at doing this. And now Charles' body was possessed by a demon called Hyblos.
And while these castings were going on, was Lori with Charles? Sorry, let me back up. Not during the castings, but during that time frame, was Lori with Charles?
Only when we were doing castings for Hyblos, Lori had moved during their separation. When Lori went to Hawaii, Charles had moved to Texas, and Lori had moved back to Texas with him.
Did you ever ask her why she was with him if she thought he was possessed?
Well, yeah, it seemed really weird to me that after all the problems that they had had and all the fighting that happened and the separation and him being possessed or whatever, that she would moved over to Texas and go live with him.
And what did she tell you when you asked?
She said she needed to take care of some finances, of her finances.
During the time of the castings, do you recall a group, the Seven Gatherers?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the Seven Gatherers was?
It was a group of girls that would get together to sometimes to share information, but we also got together to do castings together via Zoom while Lori was in Texas.
And did you all share an email
Yes.
and you could share information?
Yes.
Do you recall who was part of the Seven Gatherers?
Yes, it was Christina, Nicole, Serena, Gib, Melanie Pulaski, Lori, and I.
So only women were part of that group.
Correct.
Where would you get your information from? Or the women of that group, who would they turn to for answers?
Most of the time we would turn to Lori for answers. There was sometimes when I would reach out directly to Chad for answers as well.
And again, do you know where Lori would get her information?
She always got her information from Chad.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish more of States 54.
You may publish.
And Ms. Pastenes, can you tell us what we're seeing on this page? Looking first to the top part.
Yes, so this would be the order in which a casting would be performed. The first one would be by the order of the priesthood.
Okay, we're coming back live now, as you can tell. Hmm. Waiting for them to get underway. Hi, Tony. Good to see you. Hi, Alien.
Right. That's based on.
They're whispering together is kind of.
All right, please.
So, all rise. Ah, I have to. You guys said I had
Please
to.
offer the account for you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Guy Daybell. Detective Werther's on the stand. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony. And Ms. Blake, you were conducting direct if you'd like to continue. And if you're still publishing the Exhibit 43, you can do that as well.
Thank you. And we may need to go back one screen.
More than one. There are a few auto advances, and I think they did their thing while we were away.
And I think this is the slide we left on, correct?
Believe so.
And again, to remind the jurors, what were we seeing on this slide?
This was GPS location data extracted from Charles Vallow's phone, and this represented that at about 7:50 in the morning, the device left the area of the Four Peaks address that we've been discussing. I had mentioned that that's about 18 minutes after the device arrived and about 46 minutes before the call would be made to 911.
And I think we talked about it, but I believe Lori had indicated she had Charles' phone with her.
That is what she had claimed, yes.
And if we go to the next slide. What are we seeing on this slide?
This slide is representing, these are those H planes we had discussed before, indicating where a device most likely was at the time an event happened. This event is actually a call that should have stayed up. This is a call made between Alex and Lori, between Alex's device and Lori's device, rather, and shows that at 7:52, sorry, the auto advance is going to keep doing that. At 7:52, you can see the devices are communicating, and it shows the most likely location where those two devices were at that point.
So Lori and Alex's device were communicating.
Correct. That was a voice call at 7:52 between the two. Recall the claim had been made that after the shooting that Alex and Lori communicated via phone, and this is one of a few instances I found where there was a voice call between their devices.
And that was before the 911 call.
Before the 911 call, we've not got to the 911 call yet.
And then what are we seeing here?
These would be those overlapping H planes. So the blue represents the most likely area for Ms. Vallow's device to have been, and the green is the most likely area for Alex Cox's device to have been. The green, of course, includes the Four Peaks address, and the blue includes the Burger King we're going to talk about momentarily.
All right. And if we go forward,
Yes.
and what are we seeing here?
This is location data derived from Charles Vallow's device, which shows that at about 7:55, it was in the area of that Burger King on Ocotillo Road that we previously highlighted.
And if we go forward, what is this slide telling us?
This is my way of, we talked about wanting to corroborate data and then, or refute the data if it turns out to be the case that the data isn't reliable, and also to test the various claims. So if it is true that Lori Vallow was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone at this point, then that location data in the Burger King parking lot area would also be representative of where Ms. Vallow likely was. That would show the data set were apparently reliable, and it would also show that Ms. Vallow appeared to have the phone. So to test those claims, we look for that evidence. And one of the things I did in order to look for that evidence is go to that Burger King to view that video and see if in fact we saw Ms. Vallow.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes.
And if we move forward, and what are we going to see in these next slides?
So these will be 3 different video clips recovered from the Burger King location. I went there and I viewed them in person, and then they were later provided by the Burger King security personnel. You see the timestamp of 7:54. One of the things I do, and that I did in this case, is while I was at the Burger King, I checked what their video system time thought the time was, and I checked that against my work cell phone, which I know to be reliable, and it showed that their timestamps appeared to be accurate. So the 7:54 is roughly accurate to the time.
And is this particular vehicle one associated with Lori Vallow?
It is. I personally observed this vehicle not the day of the shooting, but the next day. This red Kia Sorento with this particular Colorado plate that you see up on the screen. I went to the Four Peaks address on the 12th and I saw that vehicle. And just for reference, I think I've enlarged the area where the plate is to show that it seems to be generally consistent with those characters.
And do you recall learning that Lori indicated she'd heard the shot?
That's what I was told, yes.
And yet she's at the Burger King at approximately 7:54?
That's right.
And the 911 call does not come in until about 8:36?
That's right.
And then if we go forward,
Video from the drive-through that momentarily will show a person that I recognize as Ms. Lori Vallow, having seen her in person.
and from this video, could you tell who was in the vehicle with her?
I can tell that there's at least one other person in the vehicle. I personally can't see that person clearly enough to say who that person is.
And were you aware that Lori indicated she'd left the residence with both of her children?
That's right.
And do you recall the approximate distance from this Burger King and the residence Lori was residing at the time?
I said it earlier, it was 1 point something miles. I don't recall what followed the decimal,
Fairly close distance then.
relatively.
And again, according to Lori, she'd already heard the shot. So at this time, according to Lori, Charles was already shot.
According to her claim, yes,
And she's at a Burger King drive-through.
correct.
And what are we seeing in this slide?
This is the video from the drive-through after the order's been accepted, and it'll show the vehicle leaving at 7:55 a.m.
And was this consistent with where Charles' phone location showed his phone?
That's correct.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
This just goes back to that claim. So now we have, if we see Lori there, we see Charles's phone puts the phone location data in that general area. So this would suggest that the claim that she had the phone is supported by this evidence.
And if we move forward, what are we seeing here?
This is going to be another call, I believe, between Alex Cox's phone and Lori Vallow's phone, and also location data extracted from Charles's phone. And as the animation continues, there will come a point where the H plane from the phone call for Lori Vallow will be overlaid, I believe. Yes, there it is. And you'll see, as I mentioned before, the H plane is where the device is likely to have been. And then Charles Vallow's GPS data also is within that H plane. So those devices are indicated to have been in the same general area. And there is Alex's H plane in green, showing an area that does include the Four Peaks address. And these are the details for each of those calls coming up on the screen now.
And if we move forward,
So the claim had been made that Ms. Vallow stopped at a drugstore to buy flip-flops or sandals for at least for herself and at least one of the children. This is location data from Charles' device showing it arriving at around 8:08 in the area of a Walgreens on Lindsay. It does not stay for very long, and then actually is going to go to a different drugstore, also Walgreens, I believe. This, I believe, is at 8:16. That'll come up in a moment at a Walgreens on 785 South Cooper. Yes, that's 8:16. And these are the location data from Charles's phone again.
and again, she's at a Walgreens prior to any call being made to 911.
Call to 911 has not yet been made.
If we continue,
So that slide is redundant, sorry. This would be the video that I recovered from that Walgreens, showing that at 8:16 on their timestamp, Ms. Lori Vallow walks in. And there's the register view of her buying the sandals as claimed.
And did this match up with the location data on Charles' phone?
Yes, again, everything has an error rate, but the device is in the area of this Walgreens at the same time,
And again, this is presumably after Charles has been shot, according to Lori.
according to Lori.
And again, prior to the 911 call being made.
Correct. So now we're at 8:20 and the video shows Ms. Vallow walking out.
And then what are we seeing here?
This is the location data from Charles of the device again, picking up over by Gilbert Road and then transitioning down towards the Lawrence Life Academy. You see that one data point that's in the area of the academy in the parking lot. And that data point's details will come up in a moment, and I believe it's 8:20 in the morning. Oh, sorry, 8:32. My apologies.
And again, Lawrence Academy is where JJ was attending school.
That's right.
And if we move forward, what are we seeing here?
This is going to show Charles Vallow's device location at the time that the 911 call was placed by Alex Cox. So that's the device location in red on Gilbert Road, north of the freeway. And that is the H-plane for the 911 call made from Alex's Cox device, which initiated the police investigation in this matter. And this, for reference, is about 63 minutes after the device location data from Charles's phone first arrived in the area of Four Peaks in the morning.
If we move forward,
This brings us back to that CAD call showing again that it's 8:36, just so that we're oriented. We're back to that point that I brought us to earlier.
and if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
This is going to be the phone location data from Charles's device in transit down towards the Four Peaks address. There's a point just north of the freeway right now. And then it should pick up and show it arriving in the area of Four Peaks. This is the detail for one of those data points showing that it's about 8:49 in the morning that you see the device is now in the area of the Four Peaks address.
And did that correspond with the time Lori arrived back at
It-
that residence?
It did.
And if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
So this is taken from Officer Krautheim's body-worn video, and one sees Lori and Tylee arriving, and I noticed that the flip-flops do appear similar to the ones that we just saw purchased, so I've highlighted those. And then because the way he had his camera oriented, I have to turn the timestamp over for it to be read. And this is represented in Zulu time, which is also GMT. So you subtract 7 hours, you get 8:48 in the morning Arizona time. So again, the data from Charles' device is once again corroborated by something independent, in this case, the officer's body-worn video.
And if we move forward from here, what are we seeing?
This is more data corroboration. So there is an incoming call to Charles' device at 10:25. And the center of the screen where I've labeled Chandler PD, that's where the Chandler Police Department main station is. So what I did to check that is if he was at the main station, there would be evidence of that. And I see that at 10:25, there's Alex in one of the interview rooms.
And there's an indication that it was a missed call from M. Boudreau.
Right.
Do you know who that is in reference to?
I'm aware that that person's related to this case. I'm not fully aware of the facts of their involvement.
And would it be Melanie Boudreau?
That's right.
And if we go forward from here,
This is another incoming call, 10:26, again showing the H-plane does cover the area of the Chandler Police Department. And to corroborate that, there we are at 10:26 with Alex in the interview room.
And it shows a missed call from an S. Shiflet. Do you know who that was in reference to?
Yeah, I think the name is Summer Shiflet.
Do you know if she's Alex Cox's sister?
I believe that's right.
And this is Alex in an interview room?
Yes.
If we go to the next one. What are we seeing here?
This shows that at about 10:40, that's Detective Nate Moffat there. He's returning some items to Alex, and that includes Alex's cell phone. So we've been seeing those missed calls and the indication the device was in the area of that H plane, and there is the device.
And I think you said 10:40. Would it have been approximately 11:40?
Yes, thank you.
And if we move forward from here, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is an incoming call to Alex's device at 12:10, and the H plane once again covers the Four Peaks address.
And if we go forward from here, what are we seeing?
This is going back to the location data for Charles's device. That was the location data from the point at 8:49 when it arrived back at Four Peaks, all the way to 12:13 where we see it depart the area of Four Peaks.
And Charles Vallow has been declared deceased by this time.
Yes, that's right.
If we go forward, what are we seeing here?
This is going to show the movement of the location data from Charles's device north and east to an area by the freeway. And it will show a voice call with Lori Vallow and shows that the H plane, again, is overlapping the area where one sees GPS location data from Charles's device. And you see that those are within 2 minutes, really a little bit less than 2 minutes of one another. There's a 12:34 and 12:36 on those, showing that they're in the same general area at the same time.
And if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
This should show a text from the 0143 number we've been considering attributed to Guy Daybell to Lori Vallow's 9562 number. And this is mapping the location data for that event from Mr. Daybell's records indicating that his device is now in the area of Salt Lake City, Utah.
And did you determine an approximate time on that text?
Yes, it's showing 12:39 on the slider, and I think the actual record's going to come up here momentarily and show that. Yes, 12:39.
And again, were you able to look at the content of that message?
That's not available to me.
And if we move forward,
Maybe frozen, standby. It's not reacting on my end. Do you have the actual computer?
and I am also not getting any reaction.
That's less than ideal.
Your Honor, if we may take a momentary recess.
Yes.
And Detective Werther, is it going to be best if I close out and
I would-
reopen it?
Be my best guess. If you hit escape so we're not presenter view, and we'll see if we can note what slide we were on, that'll make it easier. But if it's not reacting at all, I think we'll have to just quit it and reopen it.
And I think it has frozen up. Your Honor, I'm going to unpublish it.
Okay.
Welcome to the world of technical difficulties. Arr.
And I believe it may take about 5 minutes to get it back up and running if we want to take a stretch break.
Okay, we can, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Everyone like to stand up if they want. Man,
Okay, y'all, stand up. Everybody stretch. Touch your toes. Ugh. I'm good. Jog in place. Everybody start jogging. Courtroom aerobics. Is that like church aerobics? Hopefully that's a newer laptop and it doesn't take as long to reboot as at least 2 of my computers do. That works, Stevie. Looks like it's probably up and running. Maybe? Okay, I take it back. I thought we were going to have it be back, but they're still working on it, obviously. So Tony, you say that you've met the, I'm sorry, is it which side, or did you say you met? Did you? And you said Linda met them many times, not friends, but attended many events and met them probably 20 to 25 times or so. Is that through the LDS church? This is great. And Tony says she was weird. Kids were great. Our kids talked off and on for years. Welcome back, Toby. Okay. Oh, Lori and Chad. Okay. Okay, so not through the church. Okay. Through Chad's conferences? Ah, okay. Here comes the crowd. Can we see Nate today? Is that Nate standing right there? Trying to decide if that's him. I don't know if it's him. I can't tell. He normally sits right back behind or next to that pillar. He might be sitting down. I see hair that looks similar to his. Where did the judge go? Did the judge get up? Oh, must be standing next to his seat. There he is.
Okay, I think we are back up and running.
All right.
Thank you for your patience. Detective Werther, I think I went back a slide, but you'd been talking about a text between Chad and Lori's device.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
then what do we see on these next slides?
So briefly as well, I may have misspoken. This is an incoming text from Lori to Chad.
And then if we move forward.
Let's see if it'll advance now. It will not for me. Is there a chance you could hit an enter key or an arrow key?
I'm going to see if I reconnect the mouse if it lets you. No.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm right clicking and it's coming up with nothing. It should come up with a menu. If you hit enter, will it advance?
Without the HDMI cable, it was. Let me see.
While you're working on that, I'll just note there is, as an aside, they're doing recarpeting, and that's what you may hear going on. There's furniture and other things being moved around, so that's also why we're going to have our afternoon end when it does tomorrow. But so I just wanted to make sure no one was concerned if they're feeling or hearing what's going on in the courthouse.
And Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Took me a minute. I had to tell the puppy, please do not bark at me. It's that time of day again. Every day it's, the ritual barking. First you have the mailman, and then you got whatever else that moves, and then you need to snack. I need a snack, please. And then, can you please come put me outside? At least they tell me. That's a good thing. I've trained them well. A little too well. It's the other one. That's the brown one. Roxy. This usually it's Bella. She's the one that likes to yip yip. She barks at everything. The other one just tells me when she needs to go out, when she may I please have a snack, mother? uh, see. I guess I should put my headset back in. Oh, Candy, let's see. Oh, wait, let me go up here one more. Let me see. Okay, this one. It sounds like several communities were affected by their actions. So sorry that you're going through this, but by default. Candy says, so glad I get to go home to 3 loving, crazy, insane, beautiful fur babies that help me forget some of this horror for a while. Take care. Your mental health is very important. I just realized that one lawyer looks like the Monopoly Man. Wait, which one? Oh. How can you tell? I have to go up there so close just to... Here they come.
All right, Ms. Blake, we discussed proceeding with a different witness right now while you work on the technical issue on this, and I believe the state does have another witness we could call. With that, are you moving to allow this witness on direct to step down and have another witness start direct at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be the state's request.
Okay, any objection to that, Mr. Pryor?
No objection, Judge.
All right, Detective Werther, you'll still be under oath clearly and under subpoena, so don't discuss your trial testimony with anyone during the recess. At some point, you will likely be recalled to continue in testimony with your direct examination, but in order to keep things moving, I'm going to permit a state's another witness to be called at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state would call Tara Martinez.
It's like any other
Solemnly
job,
swear
Tony.
or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Do it enough and you get used to it.
Thank you.
All right, the witness has been sworn at this time. What is this witness subject to the exclusionary order?
Your Honor, I guess there'd be an argument that she is not. Having said that, I don't believe she's watched any trial testimony from this trial.
Okay, and again, that's sometimes not all that easy to figure out who or would or wouldn't be subject to it, but I will inquire. Have you been watching any of the trial testimony since this case began?
No, sir.
You haven't viewed it on the online feed or in the courtroom at all?
No.
Have you talked to anybody else about their testimony?
No.
Okay, then Mr. Wood, you can inquire on direct. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Tara Martinez, Martinez,
And how are you employed?
with Idaho State Police Forensic Services,
What is your title there?
Forensic Scientist 2.
And what does forensic scientist 2 do?
It depends what section of the laboratory you're in. So I'm in the latent prints section. So that means that I process items of evidence to try to find fingerprints, and then I may compare those prints and may run them through a database. And then I also respond to crime scenes.
And how long have you been with the Idaho State Lab?
8 years.
And do you have any special training to accomplish your job duties?
So first I have a bachelor's of science in biological science with a minor in chemistry and a specialization in forensic science. And then once I was employed with Idaho State Police, I went through an extensive training program, which included practical exercises, readings, tests, and some external training and different training classes outside of the laboratory.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to your job?
Yes, I'm a member of the International Association for Identification, as well as their Pacific Northwest Division.
You mentioned earlier that you process latent prints. What are latent prints?
So latent print means a impression that's left unintentionally. So I may touch this desk here and I may be able to leave an impression behind. Generally, these impressions aren't easy to see. They need to be enhanced or processed in some way to be able to visualize them.
And what is the process used to develop a latent print for purposes of your examination?
It really depends on the item. So when I receive an item into the laboratory, I'm first looking at the item to try to decide which methods I'm going to use. The first thing I'm looking at is the item porous or non-porous? Meaning porous, like paper, absorbs water, and non-porous obviously repels water, like a water bottle, piece of plastic, things like that. And then once I've determined that, I may look at the color of the item or the texture of the item, and these things may help me decide which process I'm going to use. Mainly, though, depending upon whether it's porous or non-porous.
And when people touch something, do they always leave a latent print?
No, it depends on a lot of different factors. They can be broken down into little categories. So the first being pre-touch, like meaning the person. So some people leave really good prints behind. Really depends on how much they sweat. Maybe if they touch their other parts of their face or their body a lot, they'll have oil on their hands. So those are person factors. Those are before you touch the item. And then you have touch factors, meaning if you touch an item, how likely is it you're going to leave something behind? And that depends a lot on the item itself. Is the item dirty? Is it dusty? Is it textured? Those kinds of things would mean that you probably wouldn't leave a latent print behind very easily. And then the post-touch factors, meaning is the item left outside a lot? Is it raining? Is the print going to be evaporated by the sun? And then how the item is packaged. So there's a variety of factors to determine whether or not a latent print is left behind.
If a latent print is left behind, how is it that you would collect a latent print?
So again, it really depends on the item. Let's say, for instance, I have just a normal piece of plastic. It's non-porous item. There's just plain old plastic. So in that case, I first do a visual examination, and I'm looking here to see first if I see any prints that someone may have left just incidentally. Maybe they have some oil on their hands. So maybe they have more skin cells on their hands and they've just left a print. So I'm first looking for that. I'm also looking at the item to see if there's any other forensic evidence that might be important. Like, are there hairs on the item? Is there a lint on the item? And those things I'm collecting at that point. Then I move on to a different visual examination where I'm using different colors of light to try to see if I can see any prints that may be fluorescing. If you touch other things and then touch an item, you could leave a print behind that is fluorescent. Makeup, for instance, is fluorescent. So I'm looking to see if I see any of those kinds of prints. After that, I move on to super glue fuming. It's very similar to what you may have seen on CSI. It's super glue. It goes in a chamber, and the chamber controls the heat and the humidity. And basically, the super glue just comes into the air and attaches to any moisture on the item. And because latent prints are made of a lot of water, it will attach the latent prints. And this is helpful because the glue makes the prints more visible because it's white now, and it also makes them less likely to be wiped away. And then I move on to a dye stain, which stains the entire item, but will more adhere to those prints that I previously glued. And then lastly would be a powder, depending upon the type of item.
When you say powder, is that like the dusting?
Yeah, so it's usually black powder, but it's with a brush.
And if any of those processes work and you're able to develop a latent print, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the correct terminology, develop the print or?
Yeah, develop a
print,
print,
okay.
yep.
How do you go about comparing it to another print or a person?
First, if I see any prints during any of those steps, I'm preserving them at each step that I see the prints. And then at that point, once the processing is done, then it either moves to myself or another analyst to do comparison, what we call it, comparison process. So that process is kind of a long acronym, but it's ACE-V, which is ACE-V. So the A stands for analysis. So I'm looking at the print to determine, do I know where this print came from? Meaning, is it from a palm? Is it from a finger? Is it from the side of a finger? Do I know the location of the print? And then I also look at any kind of distortion. Every print you leave behind, you're making some type of distortion. So I'm looking at, do I see smears? Do I see voids in the print? Things like that. And then once I analyze the print and I say, yep, this print looks good, I'm gonna move it on to comparison, then I can pull generally fingerprint cards from the persons involved that the agency has let us know about. And then I do a back and forth comparison between an unknown and a known. Unknown, again, being the latent print. And I'm doing a back and forth comparison to see if the features I saw previously in my analysis phase, are they there in the known print? And not just are they there, but do they look similar to each other? Is their spacing the same? Things like that. And then the E stands for evaluation. So at that point, I'm saying, okay, I've done my comparison. What's my answer? Is this print from this source of this known or not from the source? Are they the same source? And then at that point, I'll make my determination. And then V stands for verification, where another analyst goes through and does the whole thing over again.
And so just to kind of summarize that, you look at the print, determine if it's sufficient to make a comparison.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you attempt to make the comparison.
Yes.
You evaluate that and then have it verified by someone else.
Yes.
And you mentioned that, how do you compare it to someone else? You mentioned a print card?
So known prints are taken from people for various reasons. And so there is a database of known prints that I can access. So if I know who the agency would like this compared against, I know the persons involved, the victims, et cetera, then I'll pull cards from that database and be able to compare against them.
And do you ever sometimes go out and get prints from an individual so that you'll have something to compare your latent print with?
Yes, sometimes the record isn't very good, like the fingerprint card that was previously taken is of poor quality, or maybe I need areas of skin that weren't recorded, things like that. And we'll go out and take prints from known individuals for that reason.
Are you familiar with, for the year 2020, lab number 2233?
Yes.
What is that lab number associated with?
It is the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case.
All right. And did that involve JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan as well?
Yes.
What was your first contact with that lab number?
My first contact was taking prints at the coroner's office. I assisted Rexburg Police Department with that.
And what did you do at the coroner's office?
I took known prints from the victim, JJ.
And did you have any other contact with that case?
Yes, I did some processing of that, of different items that were submitted in this case. And then I also took known prints of two other people, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
All right, and did you collect any other samples from them besides known prints?
Yes, I also took buccal swabs. That's a swab to obtain cheek cells and saliva in the mouth for DNA.
And did you collect any hair samples?
Yes, I also did that.
Did you obtain any known samples for an Alex Cox?
Yes,
What were those?
I got two different samples. One was a standard fingerprint card where you're recording all 10 fingers. That was from the Federal Bureau of Investigation database. Like I said, you can be in there for a variety of reasons. And then the second cards I received were from the Gilbert Police Department that they submitted to me.
And the Gilbert Police Department, do you know why they had his fingerprints?
They said they were from his autopsy.
Did you do, referring to this lab number, did you do any actual latent print examinations?
Yes.
And can you tell us what items you did that on?
So I checked out and processed items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 18.
And did you process those items to search for prints?
Yes.
Okay, so let's, do you recall what item 10 was?
Yes. Item 10 was a white drawstring bag, like a trash bag, with gray colored pieces of duct tape attached to it. And per the agency, that was the bag around the head of JJ.
Were you able to develop any prints on that bag?
No.
Next was, I believe, item 11.
Yes.
What was that?
Item 11 was a mass of plastic and gray colored pieces of duct tape said to be plastic and body bag JJ.
And without getting into the specifics of that, were you able to develop any latent prints on that item?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll come back to
Yeah.
that in a minute. I believe the next item was 12.
12.
What was that?
12 was one piece of gray colored duct tape, and that was reported to be from the mouth of JJ.
And were you able to process any prints on that?
I did not get any prints on that, no.
Okay. And item 13?
Item 13 was one mass of gray colored duct tape, and that was said to be from the ankles of JJ.
Were you able to develop any prints there?
Yes.
And item 14?
Also one mass of gray colored duct tape said to be from the hands of JJ.
And I believe the last item, was it 18?
18, yes.
And what was that?
One green colored piece of plastic with Lidica Corporation written on it, and it was said to be a green bucket from bag 2 of 3 from Tylee.
And were you able to develop any prints from that?
No.
From any of those items, were you able to collect any hairs?
Yes.
Where were you able to collect hairs?
Items 10, 11, 13, and 14.
And just briefly, let's talk about item 13. You said you were able to develop some prints from that.
Yes.
Were you able to do any successful comparison with those prints?
I did comparison. I don't know the word successful is, I'm not sure. But
Okay.
let me explain. So I was able to develop 2 latent prints from item 13. Those were 13.1 and 13.2. And 13.2 was established, once it was in the comparison phase, it was established that it was not enough ridge detail for comparison. So at that point, there's nothing further to do. There's no comparison to be made. Whereas 13.1 was enough to compare and moved on to the comparison stage, but no identifications or exclusions could be made. So the print became inconclusive, and that was due to the quality of the latent print. So sometimes there's enough detail that you can do some comparison, but you may not be able to render a conclusion of identification or exclusion, and to kind of just get stuck in the middle.
So inconclusive is maybe the better word than
Yeah.
successful or unsuccessful.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I'd like to talk to you about item 11. And if you can just briefly remind the jury what item 11 was.
Yes, item 11 is black colored plastic and gray duct tape. The item itself is composed of multiple pieces. So I labeled them separately. So 11.1 to 11.11 is the gray colored duct tape. And then 11.12 to 11.15 is the plastic pieces.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 210. And I do have a courtesy copy for counsel and the court. Ms. Martinez, are you familiar with Exhibit 210?
Yes,
When you, in anticipation of testifying before the jury today, did you prepare this exhibit?
yes.
And what does that exhibit purport to be? Or what is the information contained in that exhibit? Let me ask that.
This contains the items broken down so that you can see photos of each of the items as well as photos of each of the latent prints that were compared. And it includes what we call our charts, which is basically like my markup of the prints.
And Your Honor, I believe that this comes in by way of stipulation. But I would ask this exhibit, or let me ask a couple more questions. Did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying before a jury?
Yes,
And do you believe that that would help the jury understand both the work you did and the results you found
yes.
on this case? Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 210 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
Judge, it's entered by way of stipulation of the parties.
All right, then 210 is admitted, states 210.
And if I may publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Martinez, did this originate as a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes,
That's the software you used to create this?
yes.
And Your Honor, I'll be just publishing through the Elmo.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at on this page of the exhibit?
Yes, so on the left, you can see underneath it says item 11. So there's two different areas, I guess, of plastic on this photo. So the one on the left is what was processed, and the one on the right is what the one on the left came in. So it came in as this giant bag with bags inside. So the one on the right was not processed. And then on the right photo, where it says item 11.12, this is just 11.12, so being one of the pieces of plastic that was in that bundle. And then if you look at the top right there, you can see it says 11.12.1. So that's just an indication of where the latent print was on that item.
And if you can explain to the jury what they're seeing on the second page.
So this is just item 11.15. So this piece of plastic, just this little guy here is 11.15. And you can see there that I have marked 11.15.1, which is where the latent print 11.15.1 was located on the item.
If you can tell the jury what they're looking at here.
So this is latent print 11.12.1. This is it developed. So this is the way the photo, this is the exact photo that I took at the time when I developed the print.
And what are they seeing here?
And this is the same photo, but I enhanced it. So I took it into Photoshop and I made some changes to make it black and white instead of it being that yellow color, and up the contrast. So it's the same picture, it's just adjusted. And this is the analysis of the latent print. So I mentioned the charts earlier when I'm marking up the print, and analysis being the A of the methodology. So you can see here, there's a bunch of different dots on the screen, these yellows and these greens here. So those represent what I'm seeing. If the dot is green, I'm very confident at what I'm seeing. If the dot is yellow, I'm less confident, meaning I see features there. I just may not be sure what kind of feature it is, or maybe not exactly sure on the location. So this is my markup of the print. And then this is the comparison charting, as I said, the C in the methodology. So on the left, you have the latent print, and on the right, you have the known print. And this is my back and forth comparison between the two. You can see the dots that are blue, and then I numbered them for court reasons to correspond. So you can see the correspondence between the two.
All right, and I see it says comparison of latent print 11.12.1 to known print number 5 Cox. Is that referring to Alex Cox?
Yes, the conclusion at the end of this comparison was an identification to the card bearing the name Alexander Cox to number 5, meaning the right little finger.
And again, when it says item 11, it's referring to the black plastic that JJ's body was found in.
Yes. So this is the other latent print that was developed, 11.15.1. Again, this is the photo that was taken at the time when it was processed with the dye stain. And this is the same photo, but obviously enhanced, changed to black and white.
And is that, can you tell what body part that print is from?
In my analysis, I believe that I wrote that it was likely a palm. That is based on the flow I'm looking at here. You can also see that's much larger than the finger we just looked at. There's also some creases here and some other indicators that it's likely from a palm print.
And what's the jury seeing?
And this is, again, close up, and this is my analysis chart. So you can see here, there's some greens and some yellows marking up this print. So this is what my analysis markup looked like. And then here's the comparison markup again in the blue dots. Those are the correspondence with the corresponding numbers. And the conclusion after the comparison was that 11.15.1 was identified to the right palm of the fingerprint card or the palm print card bearing the name Alexander Cox.
So just to be clear, this comparison matched up with the print of Alex Cox.
Yes.
And again, this is from item 11. So part of the black plastic bags wrapped around
Yes.
JJ. Ms. Martinez, were you able to verify any other fingerprints from anyone else? Oops, I'm sorry. On any of those items?
I was not able to identify anyone else.
All right. And you mentioned that you collected some hairs.
Yes.
What did you do with those hairs?
I collected them using adhesive notes. So usually I use like something like a Post-it note. And I collected them and repackaged them in coin envelopes, and then they were returned with the item inside the item's original packaging.
And was that for other people to do different types of analysis?
Yes, I don't do hair analysis. So anything that I see that could be used for somebody else may want, like hair, lint, fibers, things like that, I will collect and save.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Right. Right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Judge, before we start, I have Defense Exhibit 41 I'd like to have marked. And my understanding is that it's by stipulation of the parties.
Oh, yes.
All right, can you explain what Exhibit 41 is, please?
That would be part of the report that Ms. Martinez prepared as part of this investigation.
Very well. If that's being offered, I'll just take that up at this time. Is the state been able to review Exhibit 41?
Yes, Your Honor, we have no objection.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Judge, may I proceed?
Yes.
Ms. Martinez, would it be fair to say that plastic is a good conduit to obtain fingerprints?
Yes,
It's because of the nature of how plastic is manufactured. It has an oil-based production, which would allow for fingerprints to be easily placed upon that kind of a surface. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's a very good surface for laying prints, mostly just because it's non-porous and it does have a nice coating on it.
Right. And in this particular case, you were clearly able to identify a fingerprint of Alex Cox. Is that right?
Yes,
And a hand, the bottom of the heel of the hand of Alex Cox on this plastic. Is that right?
it wasn't the bottom, but yes, a piece of the palm, yes.
The piece, I'm sorry, the piece of the palm. of Alex
Yes,
Cox.
under the two fingers right here, the middle finger and the ring finger, so higher up in the hand.
Okay. And then I don't know if I saw this in your report. You collected hairs in your process of going through all of the plastic that you were provided. Is that right?
Yes,
Do you have a recollection of how many hairs you collected as a result of your analysis?
I'd have to look at my notes. It's written down in my notes, but it's not something that was reported at the time.
Do you have your notes with you?
Yes,
Are they at the table with counsel?
yep.
Mr. Bailiff, could you provide the witness? And Judge, could she use those to refresh her recollection?
Yes, I'll have her identify them once they're there. Thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you wouldn't mind, please hand those to the witness, and these are notes for you to refresh your recollection, but don't read directly from them or read them into the record unless the court allows you to do that.
Just to clarify, sir, just item 11 hairs, is that what you would like?
All of the hairs that were located on all of the plastic that was submitted to you,
All the plastic, okay.
all of the plastic.
My apologies, I have horrible allergies today.
And again, do you have a recollection of After refreshing your recollection, do you recall how many hairs you sent off to the laboratory?
It's hard to say exactly how many because I collected them kind of as bundles and not every hair was collected individually.
Okay.
But it looks like about 50 different adhesive notes were used to collect them. And that's between items 10, 11, 13, and 14.
Okay. So there were a significant number of hairs that were located on the,
Yes, on all the plastic that was submitted.
and those hairs were sent off to Bode Laboratory, is that right?
I don't know where the hairs went. I just repackaged them.
Now, at any time, did you find all of those hairs on the first run through, or was that over a process of time that you were examining the plastic?
It looks like over a process of time. So some of them were right away during the first visual, and then others were seen after multiple processes.
And after multiple processes, you were able to identify these two latent prints of Alex Cox. Is that correct?
Yes,
And obviously, you've already noted that you are not, it's not within your department to deal with the latent prints. Is that right?
it's within my department to deal with the latent prints. I do latent prints.
I'm not.
Do you
I'm
mean
sorry.
DNA?
DNA.
Yeah.
I am so sorry.
No problem. Yeah, no, I don't do anything with DNA.
And I don't have allergies, so I don't have an excuse. Other than Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox, were you at any time by law enforcement asked to do any analysis of any other people, to do a comparison of any other prints?
No, I was asked to just do the comparisons for the people that were involved. So JJ, Lori, and Chad were the only people that I compared against.
Okay. And law enforcement determined who were involved in this, is that right?
Yes, and that's pretty standard. We don't know their investigation, so they let us know who they would like us to look at.
They set the criteria as to who you want to have hairs and prints tested against, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Redirect, Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, the state has no redirect.
All right, Ms. Martinez, and that will conclude your testimony. Does the state intend to keep her under subpoena or recall her?
Your Honor, I believe she can be released from her subpoena.
From the defense?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear Mr. Wood's response.
The state would allow her to be released from a subpoena and not recall her as the defense.
And Judge, I'm sorry, I also subpoenaed Ms. Martinez, and I'm going to release her today as well from the subpoena I had served upon her.
Okay, thank you. So that will conclude your testimony. Thank you for appearing this
Thank you.
afternoon, and you can go ahead and step down. If I could have a sidebar, please, with counsel.
So they took that, they took that witness out of rotation, trying to figure out what's going on. I assume they will be back with the work. Was it Werther? No, it was, who was the last dude? Lemaluk. Yes, Ariel Werther. So he should be back and they should continue with his testimony. Next. What time is it? Oh, they very well may not continue with his testimony. Just realized what time it was. Wait, no, it's only, no? Oh, no, it's, they got time. I think, right? Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow, I think they said that they have to be done by 2 because they have stuff to do in the court.
All right, thank you, counsel. We are going to take a mid-afternoon recess here to allow jurors to use the restroom, et cetera. So we'll take about 20 minutes, and then the state does have another witness lined up after that. So I'll please rise for the jurors.
All right, please.
All right, so back to it. Let's see. All right, I'm just gonna replay this until they get back. And it's the continuation of Zulema Pastenes. What a name. Her direct, as it looks like, yes, it's still the direct. And we'll just pick it up here.
Cast out, burn, scored and sealed. Then dispel, banish, expel, eject, purge, and evict.
So was this all part of the casting, or was this an order of things that you'd try first?
This was done during the casting.
And on this page, are we essentially seeing the same 7 steps?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And again, when you were participating in the castings, was the person physically present that you were trying to cast for?
No, we were all, we were in Arizona. Lori was in Texas and Charles was in Texas.
And if a casting was ultimately successful, did you learn what would happen to the body?
The body will die.
Were the teachings of Chad and Lori, were they evolving?
Yes.
Would you get more information or different information over time?
Yes, it was, at the beginning, it was like, just a small, part of information. And then, there was more given and different things and then more given and different things being taught.
And you were talking about the castings on Hiplos or Iplos.
Mhm.
Do you recall if those castings were successful?
They never were.
Did you end up learning that Charles was killed?
Yes.
Do you know approximately when Charles was killed? Do you recall?
It was July 11th of 2019.
Do you recall how you learned of Charles' death?
Yes, Lori asked me to come to her house the day after. And that's when she told me.
When you saw Lori the day after, how did she seem to you?
She seemed quiet, perhaps a little somber.
Was Alex present when you went to Lori's house?
Yes, he was there.
And how did Alex seem?
Normal.
When you say Lori seemed somber, did she seem sad?
No.
Did Lori or Alex tell you what had happened?
Yes, Lori told me that Charles had come over to pick up JJ to take him to school. And when he went to put him in the car, he had left his phone inside of the house. And Lori picked up his phone and started looking through it. And Charles came back inside and demanded his phone. Lori didn't want to give it to him. So they started fighting over the phone. And Alex was there. And Tylee was there as well. Tylee walks into the room with a bat, asking or telling Charles to leave. Charles took the bat away from Tylee and hit Alex on the back of the head with the bat. And Alex took his gun out and shot Charles.
You said Alex seemed normal.
Yes.
Did you talk to Alex about what he thought in relation to Charles?
Yeah, I asked him how he was doing. I asked him, "Are you okay?" And he asked me why. I said, "Well, because you just shot somebody yesterday." And he looked at me and he said,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's hearsay.
Co-conspirator, Your Honor.
Based on the response of the state, I find it is an exception, so that's overruled.
Zulema, he was a zombie.
Did Alex seem to truly believe what Chad was telling him?
100%.
Do you recall seeing Chad that next month or in August of 2019?
Yes.
And where was Chad when you saw him?
He came to Arizona and he came to Lori's house and he was staying there.
And did you have an opportunity to observe he and Lori together?
Yes.
And how did they seem?
They were physically romantic. They were holding hands. She was sitting on his lap. They were hugging and touching each other like girlfriend and boyfriend.
Had you ever seen them that physical with each other before?
This was the first time.
Do you know if Tammy was still alive?
Tammy was still alive.
Did you ask Chad about that at all?
Yeah, I asked because he was still married and I asked why they were together like that when he was still married, and he said that they had been married to each other 7 times before in other lives, and they had been exalted before together in other creation, in other worlds, and that they were to be together in this life because they had a mission together, and that their spouses would understand because of the mission that they needed to complete. And then the topic of it didn't count for them again came up. And this is another of the times when Lori said, "It doesn't count for me."
So did Chad and Lori say they'd both been exalted before?
Yes.
Was there any indication that Tammy may die?
Chad said that Tammy was going to die early, and that he had related before that he had a portal in his house where he would get information or communication from the spirit world, where he would get instructions and information and knowledge, and that through this portal, he was getting information such as that Tammy was going to die soon.
Had you ever heard of portals in the way Chad was talking about them?
No.
Do you know at any point if Lori had a portal?
Yes, she said that that Chad had created a portal for her in her closet, and this is where they would communicate with each other.
And you said Chad talked about that he and Lori had been together in other lives.
Yes.
Did they talk about what their mission was here on this earth?
Their mission in this life was to build Zion, and they were to gather the 144,000.
And was the indication they were supposed to gather the 144,000?
Correct.
So would that indicate that they're somewhere in the leadership?
Yes, they did say that they were the leaders of that council.
Did Chad ever talk to you about the Church of the Firstborn?
Yes.
What did he relate to you about that?
So he said that that he was the head of the Church of the Firstborn, and that he was the one who was gathering those who belonged to that church.
And at the time you were there in August, were JJ and Tylee there?
Yes.
Do you recall anyone talking about JJ dying young or dying soon?
Yeah, during this meeting, Chad said that JJ was going to die young, that he was probably going to die soon, and that he was going to come right back to Earth as Colby's son.
And who is Colby?
Lori's son.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time. Would you like to take the morning break now? Or would you like me to continue a little further?
Maybe just 5 or 10 more minutes.
At that meeting in August, do you recall getting a blessing?
Yes,
Who gave you the blessing?
Chad.
Do you recall some of what he said in the blessing?
Yes, in this blessing, he said that he was speaking from the things that Jesus Christ was telling him to say, and that I needed to move to Rexburg. And that I was going to get married soon.
At that time, did you have any ties to Rexburg?
None.
Do you recall Alex receiving a blessing?
Yes, I was not there for his blessing because I got there late. But Alex told me about what Chad had told him in his blessing.
What did Alex relay to you?
He said that he had also told him to move to Rexburg, and that he was going to be a warrior, and that he was going to be one of the warriors that was going to fight because there was going to be invasions from other countries into the United States, and that Rexburg was going to be a place of safety, and that Alex was going to play a key role in being one of the warriors and defenders of that area.
How did Alex seem to feel about that information?
He bought into it 100%, so much that Chad was leaving the following day to go back to Rexburg, and right then and then Alex booked a flight to come back to Rexburg with Chad so that he could see the sights and see where he was going to be moving.
Did Chad share with you why Rexburg? Was there something special about Rexburg?
Yeah, he said that it was a place of refuge. He said that the church had designed this area to be like a second headquarters.
During that August visit, did you observe Chad and Alex together?
Yeah, they were talking to each other, and like they were acting as if they were, good friends.
Had you seen that type of interaction between the two of them before?
No,
And this is shortly after Charles' death?
yes, this is right after Charles passed away.
And who was it that could discern light and dark if someone was light and dark?
Chad,
At some point, did you hear the term zombie?
yes.
Do you recall who introduced that term or where you heard it?
I think the first time I ever heard it was at that lunch with Gib at Fireverse in February of 2019. But then the term kept coming up in regards to people being possessed.
Did Alex believe that there were zombies?
Oh, yeah.
Did Alex ever say anything to you about what he would want done if he became a zombie?
He told me, Zulema, if I ever turn into a zombie, just shoot me in the face.
Did you learn that Lori eventually moved to Rexburg?
Yes.
Do you know who moved with her when she went?
Kylie, JJ, and Alex.
Do you recall approximately when she moved?
It was at the end of August of 2019.
Were you dating Alex at the time he moved?
We had gone on one date.
At some point, well, let me back up. Did Lori ever talk to you about how she was going to financially support herself?
I asked her, what are you going to do in Rexburg? You don't have a job. What are you going to do there? How are you going to support yourself? And she told me that Kylie was receiving Social Security benefits because her father had passed away before she was 18. And JJ was receiving Social Security benefits because of Charles's death. And since her and Charles had been married for more than 10 years, she was also receiving Social Security benefits. Therefore, she was receiving close to $6,000 a month, and that's what she was going to live off.
Did she ever talk to you about Charles' life insurance?
Yeah, several times.
What did she tell you in regards to that?
She told me that if anything ever happened to Charles, that he had $1 million life insurance and she was the beneficiary of it.
Did you learn if she ultimately got that money?
Um,
Thank you. Please be seated. Have the jurors brought in, please.
Okay, this is back live. This is continuation of the witness that was on the stand when they had the issue with the technical problems. So now they're resuming, I do believe. His name is what again? I cannot remember his name. It is,
All right, please.
oh, Ariel Werther.
He's our President County for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back from the afternoon recess, CR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Guy Daybell. And I believe the state's ready to recall Detective Werther. Is that correct, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you'd like to inquire further on direct, I'll note the detective's previously been sworn today in his testimony and is still under oath, and you can continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would ask to go back to publishing State's Exhibit 43.
Fingers crossed.
And Detective Werther, I think we'd left off with this was less than ideal. Was
Yes.
that in reference to the tech problems?
It was.
All right. If we turn our attention back to this slide, can you remind us what we were looking at here?
Yes, we were looking at a record of an incoming text to the 0143 AT&T number that's been attributed to Chad Daybell from Lori Vallow's 9562 number at 12:39 on July the 11th, 2019.
And if we advance to the next slide.
Let you do it. Stand by. Okay, yep.
What are we seeing here?
This is the from 750 to this seems to be out of order. Stand by. Yeah, we're out of order. We're back much earlier in the day in ground that we've already covered. We've seen these slides before. Pardon me. Because this is going to take us through the Burger King again. From memory, I think it was slide 81 where we ought to be.
And in trying to keep the tech happy, I'm just trying to get back to that slide.
This is where we ought to be.
And can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is showing the mapping of a voice call from Lori Vallow's 9562 phone to the 0143 phone. That one M45S signifies that it's a 1 minute 45 second duration call. It's going to zoom in and show the mapping on Lori's device is once again essentially co-located with the device location from Charles Vallow's phone. And there we see the details of the call with the duration rendered in seconds, but that's 1 minute and 45 seconds.
And if we go to the next slide.
This is going to proceed showing the location data as Charles's device describes a path east and south, and then the next call record that is located along with the device location. This time we're looking at an H-plane for Alex Cox's phone records indicating there was a connection to a tower in that area, and that area also is the same area where Charles's device is. So this shows more than likely that the device used by Alex Cox is in the same area as the Charles Vallow's device.
And this is almost 1 o'clock.
Yep, 12:57 for the location from Charles Vallow's device and 12:59 for the voice call.
And if we go to the next slide.
Here we have an outgoing text from the 0143 number to Lori Vallow's 9562, and this is at 13:11, which is 1:11 p.m.
So another communication between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 11th.
Between their devices, yes.
And if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
These are more data points from Charles Vallow's phone, and it shows it arriving in the area of Alex Cox's home. They're on 1658 East Shari Street in Santan Valley, and the time is going to be 13:26.
And if we go to the next slide.
This is another text, this time incoming to the 0143 number from Lori Vallow's 9562 number, and at 13:39.
If we go to the next slide.
Text going outgoing at 13:43 between the same two numbers.
And the next slide.
This is showing the mapping from Charles's device and then a rather large H-plane for Lori Vallow's device that includes the Cox residence. The incoming call from Melanie Boudreau's number to Lori Vallow's number for a 5-minute, 58-second call.
And if we go to the next slide.
Another text, this one outgoing from the 0143 number to Lori Vallow's 9562.
And the next slide.
This is the H-plane that we left off with, and it's going to transition to show that the H-planes for both Lori's phone and Alex's phone are in the same general area. And I believe that's the next slide, my apologies. This one just shows an H-plane for Alex's for an incoming call. That -1's a default value, so I'm not sure who called it, isn't in the records.
And if we go to the next slide.
This shows Charles's location data still in that area, and then location data from Lori Vallow's 5452 number with an H-plane that includes that residence. And this is at 14:07 and 14:08.
And there's an indication there that a number associated with Lori called Detective Inkland's desk.
Yes, Detective Inkland's a member of my team now. She was on the robbery homicide team at the time and involved in this investigation. And she's the one who received that phone call.
And do you know if she's also the detective that interviewed Lori Vallow?
Yes, she is.
And if we go to the next slide.
So this shows that and remember that there are two phones associated with Ms. Lori Vallow. So the 9562 H-plane is the top one. The 5452 is the bottom one. Shows that they're overlapping and they're within 2 minutes of one another, basically showing that they're in a similar area that includes that residence.
And was Charles' phone also located within that vicinity?
It was, I don't believe that the data point within this very narrow time frame, but it's been located in that location, and we'll see data coming up shortly that shows it still is.
And then I see a note down there, a number associated with Lori Vallow called the Valley of the Sun Mortuary.
Yeah, so highlighting this number here, if you take that number, which is 480-895-9232, I'm going to advance to the next slide now. That's the phone number for the Valley of the Sun Mortuary.
And what are we seeing here?
Ongoing text communication, this an incoming text between Lori Vallow's 9562 and the 0143 number at 1424.
Judge, can I have some foundation as to whether that's an outgoing or incoming text from?
Ms. Blake, do you want to inquire on that?
Detective Werther, were you able to determine if that was a text from Lori to Lori's device to Chad's device or Chad's device to Lori's device?
So it's incoming to Chad's device. If you look here below the number, it reads incoming SMS, which is derived from the raw records, and it indicates the target number. So this is being received by the 0143 number, but because it's incoming, it's connected to the 9562 number.
And if we go to the next slide,
This is ongoing text showing an outgoing between the two same numbers, which indicates the 0143 would be sending a text outgoing, and it's at 1424.
and again, we were unable to locate the content of these text messages. Is that your understanding?
Correct. Typically, they're not preserved for very long, if at all, by providers, and I have not seen the content of any of these messages.
And if we advance to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
This is ongoing text, so this is an incoming text to the 0143 number from the same number, and it is at 1428.
And if we go to the next slide,
This picks up with those overlapping H planes down in Arizona, shows more of Charles Vallow's devices location data near the Cox residence, and it advances to an H plane at 1428. This is an incoming voice call from the 0143 number to Lori Vallow's 9562 number, and it lasts 11 minutes and 13 seconds.
and if we go to the next slide,
This is just showing the same call, but showing it as it was found in both record sets. This is showing the mapping related to where Mr. Daybell's device was at the time of this call, so that we see both locations.
and the device associated with Chad Daybell is showing as in somewhere in Idaho at that point.
Yes, that's right. So same call.
And what are we seeing here?
This is going to advance to where the device associated with Alex Cox calls Detective Inclan's desk. There it is. And it shows the location data extracted from Charles' device is in that same general area where that H plane is. And this is the call to Detective Inclan's desk from Alex Cox's device.
And if we advance to the next slide,
Well, this should show, excuse me, the animation appears not to be loading.
would you like me to try from my end?
Yes, let me back up. If not, the static images will ultimately show the data anyway.
Could it just move to the next one?
Yeah, but I think it's all right. It's just it was transitioning to the next thing. So to continue and use people's time well, this is the same data from the last slide, and then also showing, this is the data showing Charles Vallow's extracted location data, the call to Detective Inclan's desk, and then adding in a call received a minute later to Lori Vallow's phone from Melanie Boudreau, showing that all of these devices are in the same general area.
And if we advance to the next slide,
So this will show, and we're having computer issues today, but the animation's likely not going to play, but it will still show us where we're going. The Charles Vallow device will leave the area of the Alex Cox residence and arrives, as we see on this next still image, at 14. Stand by. At 14:45 hours in the general area is when it leaves the general area of Alex Cox's residence. And then it's going to move on to the Four Peaks residence where it is turned over to detectives. There we are. At 15:11, it's in the area of the Four Peaks residence where detectives took possession of that device from Ms. Vallow.
And is that how you came to ultimately look at an extraction from that phone?
Yes, that's right. It's, as far as I know, still in Chandler Police property and evidence.
And what are we seeing here?
This is an H-plane showing, once again, the service area for Alex Cox's device is back in the area of the Four Peaks Place address. And there is an outgoing call to a phone number that on the internet was associated with USAA. It is a 10-minute, 55-second call.
And then what are we seeing here?
At 16:02, we see a call between, specifically outgoing from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's 9562. The H-planes are not overlapping. It appears that they are most likely not in the same place, the devices at this point.
And then if we go to the next one,
This is further text communication and outgoing text from the 0143 to Lori Vallow's 9562 at 16:10. And then an incoming between the two devices at 16:46. This is a voice call outgoing from the 0143 number to Lori Vallow's 9562. It is a 30-minute, 13-second call, and it is at 17:42, 5:42 p.m.
and if we move on,
Okay. This is that same call, but from the other end, showing that at the time of that call, the service area for the Vallow device is mapping again in the area of the Four Peaks residence while they're on that call. And then this is an incoming text from Ms. Vallow's 9562 to the 0143 number at 18:16 hours, 6:16 p.m. And then an outgoing text in response at 18:57. And then at 19:09, we have an outgoing text again from 0143 to that same number of Ms. Vallow's. Then a voice call outgoing from the 0143 number to Ms. Vallow's 9562, 10 minutes and 59 seconds at 7:10 p.m. Okay. This is that same call mapped again on the Arizona side from Ms. Vallow's records, showing again in the area of the Four Peaks residence while that call is happening. Another outgoing voice call, but this one from the 0143 number to that Valley of the Sun mortuary number that we saw earlier. This is at 7:34 p.m. and the call lasts 7 minutes and 14 seconds. In my analysis of that day, which is what I did the analysis on, it's the only call or text from that device to any number other than Ms. Vallow's.
and Ms. Vallow had called the Valley, or a device associated with her had called the Valley of the Sun mortuary earlier in the day.
Correct.
And now the device or a device associated with Chad Daybell placed a call as well.
That's right. Now it is 7:50 p.m. and there's an incoming text from Ms. Vallow's 9562 to the 0143 number. And then at 7:52 p.m., an outgoing text from the 0143 to the 9562. And then There is an outgoing 7-second call from 0143 to the 9562. That is at 7:54 p.m. And the 9562 number texts the 0143 number at 7:54 p.m. And then there is a 13-minute and 2-second call outgoing from 0143 to 9562 at 7:54 p.m. I believe it's just going to show us the mapping on the other end on the next slide. Yes, this is that same call in Arizona showing the service area for Ms. Vallow's device in the area of Four Peaks. And coincidentally, around that same time, there is an H-play in a service area for Mr. Cox's device, and it also is in an area that covers the Four Peaks address. Ongoing text communication, we are up to 9:10 p.m. and outgoing text from 0143 to 9562. Another outgoing text at 21:35, 9:35 p.m. between the same numbers. And that brings us to the end of the exhibit.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
These were some takeaways from my analysis based on the claims that we had discussed previously, indicating, as you see on the screen, that it is very likely that Mr. Vallow's device arrived around 7:32 at the Four Peaks address and left around 7:50. And there are multiple instances where that device is then co-located with Ms. Vallow's devices and also her known location from video and other sources. So that seems to support the claim that she left the Four Peaks address with Mr. Vallow's device, which, as I understand it, was claimed to have been after the shooting had occurred. If all of that is true, then there's at least a 45-minute delay between that event and 911 being called. Otherwise, if it wasn't true, then it would be hard to see how they could have witnessed the event as they claimed. And then there are the communications that we've seen between the device associated with Mr. Daybell and with Ms. Vallow through the day and the call to the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
And at some point, as part of the investigation, did you learn that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were engaged in some form of extramarital affair, or there were at least allegations of that?
That's my understanding.
But on this particular day, these communications were the day Charles Vallow died, correct?
That's right.
And the communications between Chad and Lori were throughout the day?
Yes, as we've seen.
And they started prior to Charles arriving at Lori's residence?
Yes, I believe the first one's in the 6 a.m. hour, Arizona time.
And there was a text from Chad to Lori around the same time that Charles Vallow arrived at the residence?
From that device to Lori's device, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Once you're ready, Mr. Pryor, you can cross
Thank you,
examine.
Judge. May I, Judge?
You may.
Officer, you testified earlier that there were text messages and phone conversations throughout the day between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Between those devices, yes.
And what you didn't look at is the history of the phone correspondence between these two folks, did you?
I did not personally do that.
You didn't look back what their pattern of communication was even a week before that, correct?
I did not.
And a week after that, you didn't look at that as well, did you?
I did not.
You are aware, though, by your analysis that Lori Vallow called a mortuary sometime around 2 o'clock. And then there was a preceding number of calls and texts. And then Chad Daybell called the same mortuary, correct?
Yes, that's what the records show.
You happen to review the mortuary call that Chad Daybell made to the Sun Valley mortuary? Did you listen to that?
Oh, no, I've not listened to the audio recording.
Okay. So you don't know the nature of what Mr. Daybell said about obtaining further information or letting them know about what, you don't know anything about that, right?
I'm aware the recording exists. I have not listened to the recording.
And you're aware that the two of them were engaged in an extramarital affair?
That's what I've been told, yes.
Okay. Now, the issue of cell tower, would you agree with me that cell tower coverage is the least effective of the ways to obtain data of the location of a cell phone?
I don't know that it's the least effective, but it obviously has an error rate greater than, for example, the GPS that we looked at, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And the best way to determine a phone's location is actually to have the phone itself. Would that be fair?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, I noticed during this process that it appeared that Mr. Daybell was traveling to somewhere in Utah and then traveling back that day, correct?
That's what the device seems to be doing, yes.
Okay, and there were a number of these calls that are text messages and calls that are rather short in nature, correct?
I don't know the length of the texts, but as far as the calls go, the durations were all up on the screen for sure.
And what you also don't know is whether these calls were being received in due time or whether there was some sort of delay because of the traveling within the Utah, Idaho area out there, correct?
How do you mean a delay?
Well, phone reception. You're not able through your analysis just on these numbers to determine whether or not these calls actually were successful in any kind of communication. Isn't that true?
The duration can give an indication, of course, for a longer duration, then it's more likely that a voice call took place. But if I'm understanding you right, yes, it's possible, for example, that some of these went to voicemail. Absolutely.
And Mr. Daybell was, and for your, you know where Springville, Utah is, correct?
I'm not very familiar with Utah, so no,
Okay. You know where Salt Lake City is?
roughly.
And you looked on the map and you know that it's a distance between Salt Lake City and St. Anthony, Idaho, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Are you familiar with the topography and the area out there in terms of the quality of phone reception in that area?
I am not very familiar,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Now, from what I understand from your testimony is that, at least what you're suggesting is that based on based on Charles Vallow's phone and the delay reporting to 911, it's suggesting that Lori Vallow was present at the time Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow. Is that correct?
Partly, if I might elaborate.
Okay.
What I would say is that if Ms. Vallow makes the claim that she's present for the shooting, which I'm told she did, then the data suggests that either that claim is wrong, she wasn't actually there, or she was there, there was a very long delay before 911 was called. Either of those are possibilities in my mind.
Okay. And are those are really the two distinct possibilities, correct?
Yes, I think so.
So either Miss Vallow is lying about being there when Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow, or the other scenario you suggested, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And if I noticed that on your display, you included that Tylee, Ryan, and JJ Vallow were also present at the time. Is that right?
That's the claim that was made.
Okay. And there's no indication that by way of phone records or otherwise that Lori Vallow took JJ Vallow or Tylee Ryan anywhere else. Is that right?
I'm not aware of any location other than the ones that we examined.
Now, I looked at the tape of the Burger King, and you had mentioned that you saw at least one person in the vehicle. When I examined it, it appeared there were at least three people in the vehicle. Is it possible there were three people in the vehicle at the Burger King?
I'd say it's possible and indeed likely.
Oh, and indeed what?
Likely that there were three people.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
And Detective Werther, you were asked if some of the calls maybe didn't go through right away. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In your presentation, did you denote the duration of the calls that you were able to locate?
Yes, when there was a voice call, I tried to put up what the duration was so that those viewing the presentation would know how long those calls were.
And were at least some of those calls of such a duration that you would believe those to be calls that were received where a conversation occurred?
I would.
And again, conversations between Chad and Lori began approximately 6:06 that morning,
That's the earliest one, yes.
and they continued throughout the day.
Yes.
And you learned Chad and Lori were having an extramarital affair, correct?
Judge asked and answered.
World.
That's my understanding.
And on July 11th of 2019, what call did you respond out to again?
That was a call involving a shooting incident, the fatal shooting of Charles Vallow.
I have no further questions.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Detective Werther. So is he going to remain under subpoena from the state?
The state would release him from his subpoena.
What about the defense?
Judge, I haven't subpoenaed the detective. I have no intention of calling him back.
Okay, that concludes your testimony then. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. You may go ahead and step down.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see if they have a witness they can put in quickly.
Okay, at this time, based on the nature of the testimony, the court's got a limiting instruction that I'm going to reread to the jurors. I've read this before, and this will also be included in your final instructions for deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, evidence has been introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant or an alleged co-conspirator has committed acts other than that for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So that's the limiting instruction. With that then, let me inquire from the state, given the time where we're at, does the state intend to call or seek to call another witness this afternoon?
Your Honor, could we just briefly, I know people are probably getting tired of the sidebars, but if we could just briefly chat about the schedule.
Yeah, let's do that quickly in a sidebar. Thank you, counsel.
Yeah, I'm feeling that we're going to be ending early again. I feel like the days are kind of short in this trial. I mean, I guess Nate said yesterday that I guess it's a good thing that they don't go the full all the way to 5 p.m. because it's a lot. This trial has a lot of stuff you gotta. Today was another one of those days when you get into this testimony about the autopsies and stuff like that. It's just grueling. And I did see in the tweets that there have been some of the jurors who have been very affected, seen crying. I'm surprised they didn't stop and give a break when that happened. And they're on their way back.
All right, counsel, thank you for conferring with the court. We are going to go ahead and conclude with evidence for the day and take a recess until tomorrow. As I mentioned, we'll go until 2:00 tomorrow. There's one other matter the court will take up outside the presence of the jurors, just outside of the presence of the public, just with the attorneys, but on the record. here as well. So for those reasons, I think this is a good time to break for the day. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, thank you for your attentiveness today. And I will advise you, as I have at the end of each day, please don't discuss this case with anyone else or amongst yourselves. Wait to do that until the time for deliberations as well. Don't do anything to investigate or look the case up in any way. Or if you see the case in any sort of media coverage, news, et cetera, on your devices, please avoid looking into that. And that way you'll be able to sign your declarations in the morning that you've complied with the instruction. So thank you again. And we will commence again tomorrow morning with additional evidence and a new witness tomorrow, starting at 8:30 at the normal time. So with that in mind, we will be in recess for the day. And thank you also those in attendance today for complying with the court's conduct orders.
All right, please.
Okay, so they did say that this part that they're going to do now is going to be outside of the public. So they're probably going to turn off all the cameras and take care of things with just the court and counsel.
All right, thanks, everyone. Counsel, I'll just meet with you briefly in the room there with the court reporter, if we can, just to put one thing.
All right, so there you go. Kind of thought that was came pretty quick. Okay, so I can kind of, you can kind of judge that it's only this, you only got what, 15 minutes before they're supposed to stop anyway. And what witness do they possibly have that they have called in that would take that, that 15 minutes? So might as well call it a day because they don't like to go past 3:30. But in a way, I guess for the sanity of everyone in the court, having to deal with the hardness, the roughness of everything that's going on in this trial, that it's probably better this way to get especially today, to get the jury out and let them go recover from the day, just like we're going to do. Very, very rough day. So that's it. Also, tonight, don't forget to go see Nate at 6:30. I also will be live with John Yates on his channel, deciding on whether or not we're going to have it simultaneously here. Probably will on my channel, but we'll be on his panel, and we'll be doing that New Jersey, Real Housewives of New Jersey that we were supposed to do on Monday, that we didn't get to because I had sound issues. I got a new mic and couldn't figure out how to use it, but I figured it out and got it all worked out, and it's working, and I don't have any problems. And now I can actually, use these that are much more comfortable. The other ones, the big ones I was using were just too much. My ears were squished. So that will be at about 9 o'clock, 9:05 Eastern time. Over there, if you want to catch it in replay to see our silliness as we discuss one of our favorite shows. Nothing like New Jersey accents. I love it. I live for it. But thank you guys for hanging. Thank you for being here and supporting me. And you guys have a great weekend or a great evening, and we'll see you back in the morning. Both trials back at the same time. And that's it for today. Let me have to hold on one second. There. Oh, there we go. Bye.